So this is Dark Days with a wonderful one-shot story using the new God Machine Chronicles rule set for World of Darkness. We'll be playing a Mortals game, and we will just shoot straight into it. And the name of this one-shot is Hunger from Within. So, to briefly give an overall layout, this is all set in the UK, in England in particular, and we will start with James as our first player. James, what's the name of your character?
Okay, my character's name is Richard.
Richard, okay.
Richard. And he probably has a surname as well, which Williams, that's not a real person, is it?
That'll be fine. Okay, so Richard is mostly from a particular city, or is studying at a particular city at a university. And Richard is looking for his missing brother, who has been missing for a couple of weeks now, and you have been, following up clues after the police have made no efforts. And this has brought you to a place within, I'm going to say it's in the county of Shropshire, almost on the border to Wales. And you've been led this way after following numerous clues, and the last clue to where your brother was last seen was from a CCTV footage from outside of a petrol station near to the place where you're going now, after you've basically checked out everywhere else around. So, the car makes its way over the rolling hills and past the fields of cows, green pastures and corn. It's sort of, I guess you could say it's late August, just before everything is, the harvest is finished with everything. The church spire of St. Francis Church emerges over the hilltops, and just visible are the historic Tudor towers of what is now Heron Hall. In the valley is the winding streets of the town, the picturesque houses, and there is an almost festival vibe that you can make out, as there's bunting and the colours of the flags there. On one of the fields, just outside of the town, is a carnival, a circus with striped tents, and there is the distinct smell of animals and horses. The car rumbles over the medieval bridge and into the town, passing happy locals sat outside the cafes, or they're pushing prams, or they're buying whatever things they need to get before the festival begins this weekend. So this could be, this could be the place where Richard's brother was last seen. So, you basically have a montage of things of, you've gone past, as you've been winding down the roads towards this town, you've passed like signs for, there's a field somewhere where, for like £5 is pick your own strawberries, or another sign that whichever farmer is selling homemade cider, because he obviously has the leftover of his own harvesting of the orchard. Of course, when you go through the town, you've got old folks who are wearing various tweed outfits because they're guys, old men that have their old hunting gear on, or people carrying various shopping bags filled with produce and so forth. There's local small grocery shops. There's maybe a small a Spar supermarket. So Mike, Spar is a type of local store supermarket type of thing. So it's kind of a very small thing, a convenience store essentially. And anything else there is really going to be very local shops. So no big brand things like Tesco's or Sainsbury's. There's no Marks and Spencers or any of these other large names. There's not even going to be a McDonald's or anything like that. The town, Richard, as you go through it, you mostly pass at least 4 or 5 different pubs or inns, and they all date back to Victorian times or are actually older. And of course, the houses have are all various different designs. There's some that are more modern. A lot of the shop fronts are the original kind of Victorian or Georgian designs. And in the windows, there's obviously a festival feel to it, and you see every so often what look like either toy wolves or the head of a fake wolf head, or in the antique store they've brought out an actual original taxidermy wolf's head. So you're kind of wondering, what's wolves got to do with the festival? There's plenty of Tudor buildings because where the proximity of this town is to a major market town called Ludlow, which is famous for Ludlow Castle, where Catherine of Aragon was sent prior. Was it prior or just to? I'm just going to say Catherine of Aragon got sent to Ludlow Castle while Henry was sorting out his divorce from her to Anne Boleyn. So Ludlow Castle is a well-known location that's nearby. So yes, there's cider and ale houses. There's numerous antique and bookstores, and there's a clock tower and town hall made of red brick, dating from around about the 1800s. The same as there's a primary school, also in a similar construction style, and the primary school is actually within the town centre. Of course, because the town is in a valley, some of the streets go up quite steep hills. Richard is basically obviously having to find somewhere to stay for the evening, because it's already late afternoon. If he's going to be able to make the most of his time, the best place for him to stay, as he's been directed, is at Heron Hall, which is an old Tudor manor house, which was renovated during the Elizabethan times, put up in the Elizabethan times and renovated during the Victorian period, and is also now a hotel. And within this hotel is Jim Johnson, an American firefighter who is on holiday, recovering from, I guess, post-traumatic stress of a recent major blaze in whichever city in the US where he works.
Yep.
So I'll just give a brief overview of what you know. So you're aware that there is this festival known as the Wolf Feast taking place. This all relates back to the legend of the Devil Wolf, which was the last wolf to be killed in all of Shropshire, and killed apparently outside of this town. And it coincides with the Harvest Festival. So the town itself, has a long history, not only dating back to Tudor times, but apparently dates back all the way to Roman times, because apparently there are certain properties in the water, minerals and so forth. And so in that respect, it shares some similarities to the Roman/Victorian town of Royal Leamington Spa, and also some similarities to then Bristol, because Bristol, of course, was a Roman city that then gained popularity during Georgian times and onwards. So you get the feeling that you've got this building that retains much of its Tudor elements, so like black wooden beams with white plaster, but then it's got extensions that are more red brick, and then has some ornate faux kind of I would say faux rococo kind of Baroque designs, and there's a lot of dark polished wood. So it gives a place of that's got a long-lasting history. The main foyer is where there's a kind of like a place where you can sit down. There's a cafe and everything. There's a greenhouse area where people can obviously sit and enjoy the plant life there during the cold winter months. And the main front grounds of the manor house is there's gravel, there's a fountain, there's some well landscaped gardens, because also it boasts that there's a nearby golf course, and it's in a more modern extension of the greenhouse, which is where there's the more spa part of it, where more than likely Jim is enjoying some sort of hot stone kind of massage kind of thing going on. I don't know what kind of thing he enjoys. He's mostly not going to be getting like caked in mineral muds or something like that. He needs something that's more restoring to his muscles and his frame of mind.
Yeah. I guess that's going on. Kicking back,
what else
relaxing.
What's his impression of the town and the festival? I mean, what kind of sights do you think he might have liked from the festival?
I mean,
is he enjoying the cider? The cider must be good.
Nah, he's going for slightly harder stuff. But I mean, overall, this place is a bit. It feels a little fancy to him. You know, he likes going down to a couple of the pubs there nearby and hanging out with the guys, watching the football game. He's never really watched soccer before, but he's getting into it now.
I can imagine that there's local, typical English pub games that he may have taken his fancy. So cribbage, which is used as a board, with which use matchsticks that go up and down. It's a card game, so you get like kind of runs or something in it, and it basically is a way of point scoring. There's another game that uses these rubber rings that you throw to get over metal poles, so it's called quoits. It's another weird
I think
English
he'd be playing
game.
some darts, maybe.
And some darts, yeah, there'll be darts there.
That's a bit more likely.
Okay. Obviously, some of the pubs are kind of different to other ones. There's one or two catered to a younger crowd, and you will have noticed that, first of all, the drinking age in the UK is, of course, 18, but you're sure there's mostly kids, even at the age of 16, getting into maybe one of the pubs which you thought was maybe not the place you want to go to, because it gets a bit too boisterous. And it's renowned with some of the locals as being a bit of a trouble pub, but hey. So yeah, you're mostly enjoying whatever spa treatment right now. Yeah. And of course, once that's all finished, you're kind of able to sit in the main foyer area and just kind of, do some light reading or just enjoy, a coffee. You've mostly been told to have a certain herbal tea or something, I don't know. And of course, at this point is when Richard arrives in the foyer of the hotel. Richard, you've basically you've gone to the other few B&Bs and hotels asking for your brother's name, and the last place that you have to try is Heron Hall. I can't hear you, James.
I can't hear you, James.
How about this? Is that better?
Yeah, it's a lot better.
Okay, cool. I somehow managed to mute myself. So, yeah, what's my brother's name?
You can pick one now.
Oh, okay. I get to name my brother. So he can be Simon.
Simon. Okay. So I've just realised I just need to get a pad of paper because I'll mostly need to make notes.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're in the main floor of the hotel. You're at the desk, and the receptionist there is going through the bookings, the book of bookings, looking at the past weeks, and she just looks up. We don't have any sign that it doesn't look that your brother stayed here on the nights that you're saying he should have been in town.
I can't imagine he'd use a different name, but he does look like this, and I bring out a photo of him that's a bit worn and tattered around the edges because I've been lugging it around while I've been searching for him.
You say this was what, maybe two weeks ago?
Yeah, this should be. It's about that time.
I'm really sorry. His name isn't in here. I mean, you can look for yourself. But there really doesn't seem to be any sign of his name. I'm really, really sorry. I mean, you're sure he was here? Was he driving his own car as well?
His car. He did drive.
He's James. He was. Yeah, that's a bit. He apparently took a taxi to the town.
Okay. But I've heard about his car at the petrol station nearby or something, didn't I?
Yeah, because it basically broke down.
Yeah. He didn't drive into town, but I know his car was found nearby.
Yeah, I'm really sorry. It just doesn't seem like this. Okay, James.
Yeah.
How do you think Richard is feeling after all? You know, he's had the same deal at everywhere else where he's asked questions, and has had no answers. How would you think you feel with trying to search for your missing brother like this?
I think probably a bit tired with it. That it doesn't seem there seems to be no sign of him. He's just he's dropped off the radar again. But then, hang on a minute. Are we on fairly good terms? Is this the kind of thing I'd expect him to do, drop off the radar like this? Or?
No. It's really unusual. He would have... he was meant to be travelling to see a friend locally. And, it all just seems very strange.
Then I'm more worried about him than fed up with the fact that he's gone missing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm...
More than likely frustrated?
Frustrated, but I think it's probably more the side of kind of a little bit panicky that I've not had any contact with him for a week, and he just seems to have gone. And this was really my best lead because it's a place to stay in the town.
She looks over. Look. At which point her manager walks out, and let me just find his. I've got so many notes here for this. His last name. His name is Harold Richmond, and he looks in his late 40s.
Mm-hmm.
He has a mustache. He's got blondish hair. His hair is short cropped, and he's obviously wearing a nice navy suit with a tie on that has a tie pin, which has mostly got the coat of arms of the high school or some club or something. Yes, can I help you, sir?
Sorry.
You seem to be you seem to be having some difficulty here. Maybe I can help.
Yeah. I'd be really thankful if you could help me out. I've been looking for my brother. I've got a photo of him here, and I get the photo out of my pocket again. His car was found near town a week or so ago, and I was trying to find him, and I've lost contact. I don't know what's happened. He usually doesn't. We usually keep in touch.
Oh, that is a shame. I can certainly understand. Family is extremely important, especially to myself. I would be also worried. He asked for the receptionist to go do something else. I'm sorry about her. She's maybe less familiar with the books. Yes, I mean it is possible. It is possible. Oh yes, there we go. This booking here and this one here on those nights, maybe the other nights as well. We had some no-shows around that weekend, so it is possible that if he was here, someone could have booked him in and would have let him take a room and failed to have written it in the book. It's a possibility. It could be possible with any of the other places. Of course, if you I can offer you one of the. We have a room spare if you wish to. If you're having to spend some time in town.
That would be fantastic. I've been looking for somewhere to stay.
Yes. Well, what with the festival, it's going to be extremely difficult. But again, we do have one room spare. If I can. Yes, if I make some change around there, yes, that will be fine. Okay, here's the key for your room. It's a single suite, single bed room. It's rather basic. I'm sorry, it won't be much larger, but it's it'll be a good price, I'm sure, while you're here. The less you need to spend, obviously, trying to find family, the better, I'm sure. If you would wait here, I'll have someone take your bags up to your room.
Thank you very much. Right.
Okay. And he points you to the foyer. Please, by all means, take a seat, and I can have someone bring you over a tea or coffee or something.
Thank you. A coffee would be great.
Excellent. And yeah, he continues, sorting out your booking, and he leaves you to take a seat.
Okay. Is it like a bank of sofas or couches?
There's sofas and stuff, and there's some people sat down, and there's maybe about 4 or 5 people there. One of whom is Jim Johnson, who. Some people there having a very late lunch, and yes, one of an older lady, old enough to be your mother, is there with her daughter. They seem to be having tea and sandwiches. That's nicely laid out for them. And she pipes up as she sees you walk over. Excuse me, may I have a look at that picture of your missing brother?
You certainly can.
Oh, I may have seen him. You are aware there's circuses in town. Have you tried asking there? They are, I don't want to be rude, but, you can't trust these travelling types now, can you? I don't want to suggest anything untoward, but it may be a place to ask questions. Obviously, he may have passed through there, and they may have seen something.
Thank you very much. I do my best, smile and nod face.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm sure it's a good place to start asking questions. I imagine with lots of people going through the fairgrounds, they might have a good idea about they might have seen him pass through. Seems to be a big event going on.
Oh, and of course, you could always try asking at some of the pubs and inns. Obviously, he may have wanted to sample some of the nightlife here. These children these days. Anyway, I hope you find him. And she just smiles and taps you on your shoulder in a trying to be reassuring manner.
Thank you very much. And then I go and look for a seat that's not particularly near her. Handily, there's probably one near Jim Johnson.
Oh yes.
I sit down next to, or close-ish to Jim, and I lean over and hi.
Hey, how's it going? Hey, good choice with the coffee. The tea here is, bleh. I don't know how people can drink that.
No, yours looks like something funny. One of those fancy teas. You want a proper builder's cup of tea if you're going with anything.
Yeah,
milk, sugars,
it sounds like my kind of tea right there. Yeah. Hey, kind of overheard what was going on. My condolences, but stuff like this kind of happens. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I was actually I was going to wonder if I was going to ask if you might have seen him. If you just have a look at this picture, I'm kind of at a loose end.
All right, let me take a look.
Jim thinks he remembers someone looking like that.
Yeah, I think I might have seen this guy. Is he a big football fan? Soccer. I call it soccer.
Oh, yeah, soccer. He watches a fair bit of football. Soccer.
All right, I might have seen him. Around. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I was playing darts against him. I don't know.
Another person comes over and sits down near you because if you're sat on the sofa, the table before you is quite large. It's a large coffee table, and this young woman in I would say, just wearing I'm just trying to think what would be, just kind of like, just wearing some jeans and a simple kind of like jumper over a shirt, her hair tied back, and she puts down a folder. It seems to be a folder filled with various things, and starts trying to organize some things. And she looks over at your photo. Oh yeah, I think I saw him in here as well. Actually, what, 2 weeks? Around about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Sorry, I've been here in town for a while. I'm a historian from the university in Warwick. I'm just doing some research on the history of the town for a project. Yeah. I'm sure he came into town actually. Did he arrive in a taxi? I don't know. I don't know if I think he arrived in a taxi. Yes.
That sounds about right. His car didn't make it in. It broke down outside of town.
Strange.
Where'd you wait? Where'd you see him? Were you just hanging around the entrance to town, just looking around, or what?
Oh no. He came in town. He was dropped off here at the hotel. I think he was looking for somewhere to stay for the night. Yeah. You can both make perception rolls.
Oh man.
Excuse me.
So. Oh goodness. Yep. What am I rolling on for perception? Sorry.
Wits plus composure is still perception
Wits and
roll.
composure. Fantastic. Sorry about that.
Don't worry, I have trouble trying to remember perception rolls for Nine Kingdoms right now.
It's too much Pathfinder at the moment. I went for the wrong dice system.
I think I noticed something.
Oh yeah.
Boop. There we go.
So 2 successes, and Mike has got.
I have 2 successes.
Have you? You've got. Oh yeah, we're not doing
Or
tennis games.
do you want to say that 10 is worth 2 successes? I mean.
No. So James got 1, you've got 2. Okay, fine. You both noticed that the historian who gives her name as Carol, she has on one large piece of paper what looks like a family tree, and it shows some main branches on it. One family name is the Snaiths, and the other one is the Richmonds. You can happily make the assumption that more than likely Henry Richmond, owner of the hotel, who you've just spoken to, is. Did I say Henry or was it Harold? I think I said Harold. Sorry, Harold Richmond is related to this family tree and is a descendant. There's also. Did I actually give you the name of the town? The name of the town is King's Well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And there's a few other things in her notes. There's something that there's a long piece of paper that she seems to have handwritten out, which it looks like a bit of poetry about the called the Sanguine Stones, and there's also something a newspaper cutting about an article about Roman excavations in town.
Oh, pardon me again.
In the newspaper clipping, it's obvious it's a torn piece, so it's not the complete newspaper part, but it talks about the Roman town, and there's a photo which shows the people in the excavation, and you think you can see Harold Richmond in the background of the photo. Obviously, he was in some way maybe involved in the events. Obviously, he has maybe some standing in the town, but there's no date on it. Yeah. So you can ask whatever questions you would like.
Yeah. So you say you thought you saw him a couple of weeks ago. Have you seen him since then?
No, I assumed he left town to do whatever he was doing.
Okay. Yeah. So this wolf festival. How long? The wolf. Yeah. The wolf feast.
The wolf feast. Yeah, it's been going on for quite some time. So if you aren't aware of it, which you're actually not, no. The wolf feast is related to the last wolf that was killed in the area that dates back, well, I don't know, maybe sometime towards late Tudor period, late Elizabethan, maybe a bit later than that. I'm not too certain on that. I'm looking more into the Roman part and so forth. But yeah, I mean, it's become a thing where it's partly celebrated in conjunction with the Harvest Festival, which I guess kind of makes sense. It's that sort of fighting, the representative of like of I guess the church's control over nature, and against the things, against the approaching winter as well. So they have a big feast. They I guess they have in years past they've had a bit of a bonfire, and on bonfire night as well in November they will also use the wolf image again for the guy to put on the bonfire. The town has some interesting history, of course, dating back to Roman times. It's had a different name then. Its name, let me just find this in the notes. The name of the town back then was Malum Petra. Which has a particular meaning. It means weirdly it means bad rock.
Yeah.
But I don't know in what way that means bad rock. I mean, there's no signs of them doing any sort of mining here in that sense. It would be very hard to tell that. But there was at one point a small fort town here, which kind of makes sense because in medieval times, and this leads on to why we have Harren Hall here. This lies along Offa's Dyke, so the border between what would have been at the time the English kingdoms and Offa's kingdom of Mercia with the Celts of Wales, and of course, because King Offa was there, this became then known as King's Well, and of course the fort didn't survive, but on its grounds, they built the castle. Well, I say castle, but the tower, which became the main feature of Harren Hall. And what I'm looking at is really more about the Tudor history, because you have this Snaith family who took over the lands during the Tudor period, and then they lost them during the English Civil War to the Richmonds. So there's quite a bit of history here, and of course the Wolf Feast. I don't know whether it has ties to something earlier. That would be quite an interesting find, but I've yet to find anything like that. There was though a Celtic village here. Hold on, and she pulls out some stuff. I'm going to kill the pronunciation of this. Kegnum hen Carrega basically means the mouth of old stone. So I don't know if this relates to this poem of the Sanguine Stones, because you can find that around these areas. There's other towns which have standing stones and so forth. It's all very interesting. At this point, I don't know whether you guys have got kind of bored of her whittering on about this stuff.
Kind of have.
Yes, but in classic British tradition, I'm looking on and going,
this is great. Hey, you two want to take this to the pub across the street? Keep talking. Just need to, get a couple brewskis or something.
Oh yeah, we should really go. There's one pub. Have you been to the Oxford Arms? A bit boisterous for my liking. I'm thinking we go to the Vaults. It's what used to be the old wine vaults here. So if wine's not your thing, I'm sure they have a decent stout or something. So
yeah.
She picks up a stuff, and you head off to go down the pub once you're ready, dressed, and feel ready to go out, because you can mostly get a pub dinner, I don't know, something very British there, like bangers and mash or fish and chips and other stuff, or a pub or something like that, or a good old hearty steak and ale pie. You head over there, let me see. So I'll continue the description. So obviously it's now got into early evening. The sun is setting. There's a warm breeze blows through the town, and the townsfolk are walking home or to the pub after a long day out. Walking through the town, there is a sense of some sort of calm, and from the hills the sounds of the circus can be heard. There is laughter from the pubs, and there are some kids sitting around in small groups on benches outside the local convenience store. In the pub you go to, again, it's called the Vault, so it retains kind of an archway kind of feel through all of it, so you get the idea it was an old wine vault. It has various kind of like pewter plates and tankards as decoration, and bronze kind of medallion things on the fireplace. You know, the wine vaults is generally where the more upper class residents of the town seem to go. Above it is an old Georgian townhouse, which obviously converts into flats. And in there it's, you know, fairly, you know, it's quiet enough so you can still talk. You sit down, you obviously enjoy a pint or whatever your interest lies in drinks, and something to eat, and at least you can then talk over other things. There's obviously, you overhear some people going by, you may consider them a little bit bigoted. Generally because of who you are, you mostly all consider it a bit bigoted when you hear some people talking about those bloody gypsies and carnies up on the hill, causing trouble again.
Okay. Richard, what do you mean I should try a shandy? I don't drink wine. Jeez. Give me that lager over there.
Yeah, no.
A shandy is better than a power shandy, though. Is Carol's response. A power shandy is this. Think of a shandy, but they use an alco pop called hooch, and they put it in there. So you basically get vodka in there as well. Not my kind of thing. Maybe when I was back at university, maybe, but not now.
Right.
Like I say, this place is fairly nice. At least the food's decent. Some of the other places is a bit too microwave heaven. Jim, how are you finding the town? I mean, what are you here on a holiday of some form? Are you here with family?
I'm just here by myself, you know, getting back to the old country, that kind of thing. Been meaning to make this kind of trip for a while, but you know, finally got the chance.
Oh, do you have ancestors that come from England or this area?
Oh, yeah. Actually, my family's from a couple towns over, but I mean, it's just farms and sheep, and I stayed there for 2 days and knew I had to get out. And this place seemed all right, and they conveniently had one room over at the Hearing Hall over there. So it's decided to stay. I mean, got a lot of people coming in, got some festivities. Haven't been to the carnival yet, but I gotta check that out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's quite strange. Yeah, carnivals. Yeah, they're not. I guess it's quite a different thing compared to what you get in the US. We've got less, due to EU regulations. We've got less of the exotic animals, but they still try and keep it as weird as possible, I'm sure.
Exotic animals? Nah, we got like tractor pulls and bullfighting, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, as you're enjoying your food, you've enjoyed your food, having drink. You mostly have to get up to use the facilities, obviously, and to look around. You can make perception rolls. I'll make one for her as well, actually. She has a good perception.
Boom. Oh.
I might see something.
You've got a success each. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Okay, James.
Yes.
You notice something as you're basically coming back from the toilet. You're looking at some of the stuff on the wall. There's various old prints, photos from the Victorian period, and so forth. One thing you see is a photo of the church. of St. Peter's Church. It's St. Peter's, wasn't it?
St. Francis.
St. Francis, sorry, there we go. Yeah. Yeah, let me just go back and just scroll through too much of my notes there. And it has a note under it which says, it talks about the restoration of the church and the thanks given to Henry Richmond for helping fund the reconstruction of the parish church.
It's a picture of Mr. Richmond.
Yeah. If you look closer at the church, at the picture of the church, there's a few other photos of it. There's a photo of the main front archway of it, and at the lower portions of the archway, you can make out what looks like in the stonework carvings of wolves, and at the base of each of these, what look like wolf mouths looking upwards. It's for carvings on the church. It's slightly strange. There's other carvings on there, like of symbols of harvest, so like corn and various harvest grains, apples, and then also you see almost as if they're trying to steal it off people, carvings of demons trying to steal their harvest from them. It's all kind of a bit strange, but you just take it as like, these kind of things do happen on churches with, old ways, pagan symbols make it, and it just seems to be traditional. When you consider the wolf feast is such an old thing, maybe it's just a depiction of that, and they're giving thanks to God and also giving some sign to that people should be more God-fearing.
Yeah, it's a little village. It's a weird village thing. That makes sense.
Are you going to ask anyone else in the pub as you're going by, showing them pictures of your brother?
I'm going to go and talk to the barman.
Okay. Okay, that's interesting. Let's see what else. Okay, so Jim, are you going to ask anyone about his missing brother? Are you going to do that just as you've been walking around? Are you going to say anything like that?
Yeah, maybe I'll challenge some guys to darts.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
just be talking, like, hey, I'm with these two. See that dude over there? Yeah, it seems he's okay. He's okay, and that hot babe over there, yeah. And that dude, he's looking for his brother. And man, I don't know. You heard anything? Any guys rolling into town?
As you're between, throwing a hand of darts, taking a good swig of a good draft of your lager, and one of the younger young ladies there, who's actually pretty damn good hand at darts, is like, yeah, I did see him come in. He stopped off here first, asking about it. Actually, it's kind of strange because my boyfriend said something about it. Mentioned something the other day about this. Because he said there was a new car in the junkyard, it just being dropped off there because his dad owns the scrap metal yard, and the car seemed in pretty good nick and everything. And I was certain from the description that this guy's brother drove into town in it. I know, so seemed a bit weird that he would leave his car behind like that. And then someone leans over and is just again makes some disparaging remark, mostly lost it to the gypsies in a ill-gotten card game or something.
Why do you guys keep talking about gypsies? Seriously.
the brutish kind of has a big kind of mustache and everything, and whitish beard, and he's enjoying some like small tumbler of like scotch. Just like, you can't be trusting them. They come down here. They come here onto our hills. They bring their own ways. And they've been thieving things. You know, I've already, or they're scrumping for apples or something like that. You can't be trusting of any of them. You young man, you come from a different place and with different ideas.
Yeah,
and you
that's
can't be
right.
trusting them.
I come from America, all right?
Yeah,
we don't discriminate, all right?
You don't you turn up late for wars, though, boy, don't you? Yeah, you know what I mean by that.
We've been on time for every war we've ever fought. Don't you remember all those
too
times
early
we
for
kicked
some,
your
if you
ass?
ask me. Too early for
Revolutionary
some.
War, 1812,
whatever.
French and Indian War, we kicked your ass.
Whatever, young man. You say things around that. They'll get you into trouble and fights. That's if you're asking me. Asking for fights. And if you don't mind your words, I'll see you turfed out of here and thrown in your backside.
Ah,
If I had my
I'm not
way, I'd
gonna
be
fight
bringing
you.
out my 12
I'm not gonna
bore
fight
on
you. Because I just hurt you. I just hurt you, all right? And you know what?
You should be
I'm the
respecting
tougher
your
guy
elders.
here, all right? Now I'm gonna let you go, all right? But you better watch it.
The barman, the bar owner, the owner of the pub, like steps in and is like, George, just calm down. We won't be having that in my old establishment here. You're just having a bit too much to drink. I know it's all the festivities. He's just an out-of-towner getting in touch with his roots, okay? Yeah, okay. Look, I'll be around tomorrow. Yeah, and I'll be getting my order of beef from you, okay? So just or else I'll be going elsewhere. You know where elsewhere is, right? Good. No, we're understanding. What's your name, young lad? Let me get you a drink on the house. I've been talking to your friend here, Richard, about his missing brother. Maybe I can help.
On the house? Well, I do like you British types. All right.
You need something a bit more strong. This would be my own local brew of stout. Put hairs on your chest and hairs in other places, if you ask me. So, your brother, yeah, I think I may have... let me think. Yeah, maybe I'd seen his car. Yes. This time of year is always a bit strange. It's, you have the circus has been turning up here maybe more frequently in past years. I always think it's just because of the time of year. Too much drinking, too much festivity, people get hurt. Some of the young'uns have a car crash, or someone unfortunately passes away. It's just that thing, time of the year. You must understand what I mean when there's like, when things get a bit too boisterous at certain times of festivals in the States. Is that not the way it is, Jim? Like around, maybe not Thanksgiving, maybe, but some of the more I would say drunk festivals.
Oh, we got one of those.
Yeah?
Devil's Night. Burning down Detroit.
Yeah. Jeez.
That's why I'm here.
They try and make that a bit of a thing down in Brum, down in Birmingham, as you know. Yeah, Devil's Night. It seems to be trying to make it popular over here with the young'uns, but it's just because that's their way of having to go at the government and all.
Damn kids.
So you're staying up at Heron Hall then, both of you?
That's right. Staying up.
Heron Hall. Yes. Old, what's his name? Henry Richmond comes in here. No. Henry Richmond was the name of the elder, wasn't it? It's now Peter Richmond. Peter Richmond comes in here. Don't really like him. Son of Harold Richmond, who owns Old Heron Hall. Peter is a bit of a spoiled brat, if you ask me. But then I'm not much of a fan of his father either. Then he's not much fan of myself. I keep if you're not aware, though I'm a bit packed out here, I could have offered you cheaper rooms, you see.
Oh.
But they're all taken, you see, for the festival. The old wolf feast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you get a lot of visitors from other towns for the wolf feast?
Oh, we get some from other towns. They come in for the partying during the day. We have our own I guess you would call it a kind of a Krampus. So you get people dressing up in the late evenings as wolves, and there's a bit of the old. There's a dance called the Wolf and Sheep, if you get my drift.
When
No,
Oh well, it's when the old young boys and ladies are able to have a bit of a dance.
Oh, okay, I got you now.
To churn the old butter, so to speak.
Right. You guys would be into that.
Well, they're into it round there. I don't much partake of it, and I don't rather see myself getting too involved in those ways. You should go up to the circus, though. Maybe some people have seen there are more forthgiving on if you've seen your brother. Though, of course, we've had some walkers go missing in years. Treacherous time because it's the time of the year when it's good weather for walking, but you have to be careful that you don't get caught up on the hills late at night, because, trust me, there's some treacherous falls. But, people go missing around these parts any time of year. People get shot by some crazy old man like old George over there. No, he hasn't shot anyone. Just kidding.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for your help.
Oh, and as I said, a drink for you on the house, drink for you, and a drink for the lass over there. She's having another red wine, I see. So if you take that over for her.
Thank you very much. Oh, and here's something for you to buy yourself a drink.
Oh, excellent. I'll be definitely choosing a good port for the evening, I think.
Sure. As Richard goes to pick up the red wine, I quickly grab it before he does and start walking over. And I'm like, well, as we're walking over, of course, Richard and I are heading back, and I'm like, hey, Richard, listen, I was talking to this gal over here, and she's saying that your brother's car might be at the scrapyard if we want to check that out. I don't want to insinuate myself into your little adventure here, but well, this place is actually kind of boring. More exciting than the farm, but a little boring.
Thank you so much for your help. You don't need to be helping me, but it's amazing that you are. I really appreciate everything.
Hey, you seem like a good kid.
Oh, when we have to buy our next round, I'll get you a drink.
All right, good.
So the evening carries on, and obviously, Carol's able to confirm the carvings on the church, and she expresses an interest of going up to the church tomorrow. So look into it as it has, records on the history of the town, the night goes on, and then it's time to head back to the pub. And as you head back up the hill, a bit of the hill anyway, to the Heron Hall, you go past one of the more lively pubs known as Jack's Head, and the clientele there are like mid-20s, early 30s. Some are outside having a smoke. There's some modern pounding music coming from within, because it's the type of place where certain local young hip children think they're DJs there with their MacBook and torrented music, and they've got some sort of rather basic sound system and a microphone, and giving it large for the Kingswell posse. But yeah, it's completely ridiculous. As you're walking by, one of them like starts whistling in the direction of Carol, and almost saying something quite derogatory.
Just keep walking, Brits. They don't know what this stuff is. Jeez.
Okay. So it's evening, and you're back in Heron Hall, and you've got your keys to your rooms, and Carol bids you good night and heads up to her room, and I guess you all head to your bedrooms. All of the rooms in Heron Hall, even the smallest one for Richard, are opulent and have a damask wallpaper. They have ensuite bathroom, shower rooms, and they have a basic small TV and kettle and tea and coffee in the room, so you can make something for yourself at night. I was wondering whether sorry, my cat's going mental here. Let me just see whether if anyone should have any form of condition applied to them. I don't think there's really
Jim Johnson gets the condition hangover.
No, he's got a condition of intoxicated, which basically means he's mostly got like -2 on like socialized rolls. It's easy enough way to describe.
Wait, minuses? You should get plus dice.
Well, I guess it's contextual.
Oh, okay.
Because in the wrong context, he would basically put his foot, he's going to put his foot in his mouth with certain things. In other contexts, he might actually be even more suave than normal.
Yeah, when you're fraternizing, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Talking casually, you get bonus dice, obviously.
Obviously, he's going to have a -2 to maybe noticing things if there's anything to notice. And obviously, it will be resolved by either drinking plenty of coffee, or having a good night's sleep, or an Alka-Seltzer or something like that. Yeah, so that gives you an idea of how the condition can be done in a very simple way, and I think how conditions can be applied in a fast and loose kind of thing. Obviously, there's examples in here. Let's see. In Jim's case, his room is you've got like a double bed because it was the one that was available. So your room was put up for no extra cost, and it's the red room. So it's got red damask wallpaper. You mostly think to yourself, "Damn, I should have really hooked up with someone and brought them back." Maybe I don't know what type of a player he is.
Oh, he's like depressed or something. Just slumps down in the bed, turns on the TV.
Yeah, on the TV is mostly some late night. It's Autumn Watch on BBC Two, which is basically a nature program about like what things they basically look at like different animals that you can look out for as autumn sets on, and people can phone in and email in their pictures of animals they've taken pictures of and so forth, and about it. You're just like, what the hell? But it's very easy going on the brain.
Yeah.
And you're mostly like fascinated because they've got a secreted camera in some sort of nest of a bird. So you're watching, these birds are nesting for autumn, and they're talking about their nesting habits. So you're just like, whatever. So it's like a bit National Geographic, but like a bit more homely. But eventually you fall to sleep, and as does everyone. Mike, you have a strange, Jim has a strange dream. He's dreaming that he is in some sort of vast ocean, floating around, and it begins to feel almost a bit relaxing. You're not too sure how you got there. As normal with any dream, you don't really remember how it began. And then you feel something tugging on your leg, pulling you downwards, and you struggle and strive against it. You feel the water, enveloping you and filling your mouth as you try and splutter it out, engulfing your lungs. And there's this very real sensation almost of something gnawing at your legs and arms as you struggle to pull yourself back to swim upwards to the surface. Explain more how he would struggle, because obviously if he's in such a scenario, and given his recent encounters and life-threatening events that he's been through, how does he feel fighting for his life in this dream? Though it feels very real.
Well, he's struggling. Both of his legs are grappled, as well as his right arm. His left hand is free. He's just grasping at the water above him, trying to reach the surface. And as it goes on, he just gets further and further away, being dragged down into the dark depths.
Okay. I think the best thing is maybe to make a integrity roll, but with a +2, because you're kind of aware it's a dream.
Barely made it.
Oh, yeah. Because I think if you had failed, you would have obviously been, I think, I would say either shaken to represent how you would have not really slept very well, and shaken the right thing, maybe, or spooked. One of those two. You wake up though in a cold sweat, and the duvet of the bed feels very heavy on your body and your limbs, and when you awake, you feel it's almost more though like a waking nightmare, a night terror kind of scenario, because you're fighting to lift your arms, to move your legs, and your eyes are just transfixed on the wall, and it takes you all your effort to feel actually awake and able to move. You get up, you walk over to open the door, turn the light on to go. You walk over and just go straight into into the bathroom. Is that right? Is that what your first action would be? You want to throw some cold water on?
Which is very ironic given the situation I was just in my dream. But yeah, probably.
Yeah, on your face. Yeah. Do you turn the light on? Because obviously you wouldn't turn the light on straight away, because it'd be awful on your eyes. And there on the mirror, written in what appears to be blood, is Kegnan hen Karega hungers, in blood that's almost streaking down the mirror.
Okay, so I really only recognize one. Oh my god, that's blood.
Yeah, there's almost you think you can smell it though.
Okay, I grab a towel and I start to kind of smudge it, and like try to wipe it down before I really realize what I'm doing.
And as you do so, you look at the towel and the mirror, and there is no blood. You can definitely count as having the condition of spooked. Which essentially means your character's not going to sleep very well and will most probably react badly to anything else weird happening for the rest of the evening.
Great. Perfect.
James, can you make a perception roll?
Perception. Yes, that's... Boom, 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 boom. There we go.
Oh, wow, cool. Okay.
Numbers.
You have a distinct feeling. You wake up in the middle of the night, and you have a distinct feeling that of being watched.
Hmm.
You think being watched, and then you hear it. That there's something scratching or brushing or something moving in the wall.
The wall, is this the wall above my headboard, or?
This is the wall like behind your bed.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Well, I get a... Yeah, that's creepy. I'm gonna whack wall with a pillow. I mean, it's an old house, so it could be rats.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna whomp.
You as you get up, you hear there's a knocking on your door.
Does it sound like someone just...
They're rapping quite a lot. Richard, you there? It's Carol.
I'm here.
Can I talk? I'm a bit spooked out.
Yeah, let me throw on a... do they have dressing gowns at this
Yeah,
time?
of course, the dressing gowns.
I'm going to throw on a dressing gown and...
Yeah. You open the door. She's also dressed in a dressing gown and seems like she's also throwing on some trousers and something else. I just really... Have you heard anything in the walls?
Yes. Just now, in fact. I thought it was
just
rats.
me. Well, that's why I thought. It's just really creeped me out because this place is pretty old. Do you want to go get something, sit down in the foyer and just get something to drink there? I don't know if I'll open the bar because I feel like I need something strong to drink.
Yeah, we can do that. What's the time?
You look at the time and it's like about 4 a.m.
Probably too early to rouse Jim to go for a drink.
Yeah.
But
okay, we'll do that. We'll just sit down. I mean, yeah. I didn't want to disturb him because I know he's meant to be here on some relaxation thing. And
do we know which room his is?
Yeah, you'll know which room he's in.
Can I slip a note under his door?
Yeah, you go do that.
Yeah.
Jim gets a note under his door.
It says, down in the bar, having a drink. Oh, and with the time on it as well, so it doesn't look like we've gone down to have a stiff drink for breakfast. This is a pre-breakfast drink, so it's fine.
Gotcha. It's going to take Jim a little while to notice it. He's sitting on his bed. He hasn't gone back to sleep. He's just watching that nature show some more. Lights are off. He's just looking at the leaves fall and the little chipmunks running around, scurrying about. So
Okay.
he might enter the scene a little bit later once these two talk for a bit.
Okay, so like a good hour or so goes by downstairs, or so. I guess you're just talking over how weird it is, and maybe trying to reassure it's something to be expected of this place because of how old it is. I'm just wondering if there's anything else that I can give us. Anything else interesting that she will? She explains she goes on to explain possibly why the hall has the name Heron, because she points out the coat of arms,
Okay.
which, though has a heron on it is part of the Snaith family coat of arms, the people that used to obviously own the land around here. And she's going up to the church not only because of the records, but there's apparently a tomb of the Snaith family, but also the thing that's interesting in what apparently turned up with the Roman excavations is that she thinks that Heron might be actually an Anglicization of a different thing, which is the name of the Welsh god that was associated with the tribe around this part at the time, which is called Aeron, Aeron. Of course, any of these things I'm throwing out to you guys, you're more than willing to Google, because I will assume characters actually have smartphones.
I was going to ask whether this was a smartphone-enabled adventure or not.
It's a smartphone. It's a story for the Google age.
Nice. As opposed to my games where everyone has a flip phone and that's it. Nice.
Yeah. Which, as you Google it, you kind of like, what the hell's Aeron? And before you read is apparently the Welsh Celtic god of slaughter.
Right. Okay.
And she kind of like, when you read that, she just kind of nods and like, you see why this whole wolf feast thing seems really pagan?
Yeah, it seems.
Yeah. So
kind of unpleasant.
I think it's just one of these cases where something's being like, somehow survived down the ages. But that's pretty typical. I mean, look at Halloween. Look at any of those things. They'll survive some way. But yeah, I mean, this is kind of more Welsh Celtic kind of stuff, and I don't know. It's just an interesting thing. I wonder how much the Romans would have accepted it, and I think the thing I want to try and learn to tie together is more to do with the Snaith family, though, and whether the heron is actually what they adopted, and whether it's a sign of how that family may have kept on these ancient kind of rites and traditions in a very secretive manner in the artwork of the church, which is why I need to go up and look at it. Well, assume that Jim makes it downstairs.
You Brits, you get up so early. Jeez. Always on time.
Yeah,
just like the Germans.
Early if we don't hit early only when we hear rats in the walls.
Yeah, that happens at these old places like that. Yeah.
You look like crap.
Me? No, I feel great. In fact, I mean, I was just up to. I was gonna go for a run, but.
Run.
Yeah, but I saw your notes. I figured I'd just check in with you guys, see what was up.
Well, feel free to pull up a seat. We both got creeped out at the same. Well, around the same time. I'm surprised you didn't hear anything.
Nope, didn't hear anything.
Yeah. We were talking about the church, and what's her name? The person
Carol.
we're with, Carol. Carol was saying that she wants to go up and have a look at some point. We might do that today, or
Yeah, later after maybe a bit more sleep and something to eat. And also, I think it's maybe one of the last nights of the circus being here. It's maybe worth heading up there for yourself to ask about your brother.
that'd be great. We've got to ask them before. Well, I need to ask them before they go if they've seen or heard anything of him.
It may be worth going in the morning before there's more people about. I don't know. Actually, it depends whether they let people in until later in the evening. What was the Wolf Feast actually being like? I think tonight. Actually, it is. The Wolf Feast is today, so this is the last night the circus is going to be here, I think. We could head up there. I mean, the first thing we could do is always go up to the church, I guess, and also have a look at that. Because to be honest, I'd be happy to get something to eat and go for a walk elsewhere out of this hotel. Like, the sooner the better.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Yeah. Is anything open?
I mean, it's a walk up.
It's still 5:30.
The church will be a walk up. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait a bit. It'll be a walk up the hill, but at least it'll be some fresh air.
Yeah, we're probably too early to get breakfast at this point, aren't we?
Yeah, you basically are able to wait, and then you're able to go get changed, have a shower, whatever, have breakfast, and by that point it's about 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe 9 o'clock in the morning. It's quite early, you get ready to go for a walk up to the church.
Jim noticeably has not showered.
Yeah. Okay, cool. The walk to the church takes you about half an hour or so, up a steep enough road, past some older buildings which are on the hillside, and the church itself is very simple. It has no it has no wings to it, whatever they're called, but it has a spire and everything. She explains that the history of the church is that it never used to have a spire because the church also acted as a bit of defence back in time against the Welsh. So it had an old, just a turret, essentially. And its position meant it was also on the hill, made it very good as a defensive position. And you get to the church and you're let in, and she explains to the local vicar why they want to have a look round, and the vicar quite happily heads off to do what else he needs to do in the day, ready for the Wolf Feast. You're able to see outside the church the stone artwork that depicts the walls and the wolf moors and the demons themselves. Jim is, I guess, the gnashing mouths and demons of hunger leaves you feeling a little cold and just you don't feel happy looking at them, I guess. A bit weird.
Mostly looking down at my feet.
About. I'm gonna look in here and just look at the records and stuff. I mean, if you want to just walk around the church, I don't know how comfortable you are walking around here. You're free to come in with me and look through stuff.
Yeah, let's all just stay together.
Okay.
Give you a hand.
Okay.
So you go in and you find what is the vicar's office with all the records in, and another room that has even more records in boxes, and you start going through them. You can all make investigation rolls.
Investigation would be... So that's investigation plus intelligence? Or is it just investigation?
I don't know what would be good. Well, let's go with intelligence.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
One for you, and James, you've got none.
None.
Sweet.
Yeah. You, James, Richard basically starts looking, but I guess in your frustration of looking, get bored of it and just head outside and start walking around the old graveyard, looking at names of it, contemplating possibly on the very real potential that your brother is really missing.
Mm-hmm.
Or something even worse has happened to him if his car actually made it to the town.
Yeah, if it's at the junkyard as well. Blimey.
So, Jim, you're going through, you get kind of more interested in like looking at these old photos and larger pictures that are all stored, stood up against the wall, and you're literally kind of like flicking through these pictures, and you find one of the church again, a larger version of what was in the vaults. And you look at the picture, and obviously it has a thing all about how Henry Richmond was thanked for funding the reconstruction, and this picture dates to the 1800s. So, you're thinking Henry Richmond, great-great-grandfather or something like that of Harold. And you look at the picture because it's a lot bigger of the photo, and you see that Henry Richmond looks surprisingly similar to Harold Richmond. They could be brothers. It's a bit hard to tell. You don't, what with the age of the photo, but it's a family resemblance.
Hey, Carol, is there a lot of, and I don't mean to be offensive, is there a lot of inbreeding around here?
She burst out in laughter at that. A lot of inbreeding in the town.
Well, I mean, look at this photo right here. I mean, like, Harold and Henry look pretty much exactly the same.
I guess so. I never really thought of that. Well, these types. No, you actually don't know these types. I guess you call them rednecks. No offense. I guess it happens. In a small town, not trusting of outsiders. Yeah, or certain families just kind of into marrying for long enough. Yeah, that's a bit weird. Guess that's one for the history books then. Okay. So you keep looking through some other stuff. Let's see. The sanguine stones. She's able to explain as you walk out to go find. She finds what she wanted on like the family trees, and to find them more complete and everything. Makes some notes, and you go out to find Richard. So yeah, the sanguine stones legend is a bit weird, and I think also dates back a lot further. Is the standing stones of the hills near here? They're called sanguine because of their ruddy colour, but apparently in medieval times, there were witches and warlocks would be killed, and the stones would have a thirst for blood. And if they weren't stated in this way, the stones would, move and kill some unsuspecting villager. And the other thing with the devil wolf is it could be related to a lord who died during the English Civil War. Apparently haunts the town as a tongueless corpse. and his eyes had nails ran through them, but he would also appear as this wolf who was hungry, massive, and with flaming coals for his eyes. Yeah, but you get this in any town. Like, there's one town near here that apparently you can find in some house had a screaming skull. If the skull was there, but if it was removed from the house, it would just continually scream. Yeah, Jim, basically England and the British Isles haunted as hell, apparently. Don't go to York. There's loads of fun there. But I'm sure New England's got its own kind of weirdness as well. But you get this in any old town. Short of time, and yeah, I guess now would be a good time possibly to get some lunch, and then we could head up to go to the circus or go by the junkyard.
Hey, it's all up to Richard.
Have I met up with?
Yeah. That's what they were talking about as you wait for them outside.
Cool. I guess it'd be a good idea to. I'd like to go see his car first. I think he might have some papers in there that tell me what he was doing. His phone, anything like that would be useful.
I think, yeah, well, we can go there. We can head over there, like, straight away, really. Yeah, we'll head over there and then we can get something to eat. Okay, you obviously take the long walk back into town. You stop for something to eat at one of the pubs again, mentioned at the wine vaults, and then you I don't know, it's whether you want to ask any questions about the inbreeding with the locals. Maybe not a great subject to bring up.
Nah.
Obviously, as you're going through town, you're seeing there's a small kind of like at midday. There's a small parade going through town, like a small carnival type thing, with people dressed in traditional garb, kind of like, I guess, like what is it? Not clog dancing. What the hell do you call them?
Morris dancers.
Morris dancers. But they've got one person leading the Morris dancers who has a what looks like a wolf's head on and a cloak made of sheepskins. And as he's walking through, he's kind of growling at children who kind of laugh as he goes by. And of course, the Morris dancers are clocking wood against each other as a way of, like, almost like they're trying to scare the wolf away and out of the town. Yeah, and there's also some people that are riding horses in their red livery as if they were off to go fox hunting. Which, of course, is meant to be banned in England, but I guess these guys mostly don't give a shit.
Oh, dear me. And
of course, they go by, you witness all this. You see in amongst the Morris dancers Harold Richmond and his son Peter as the Morris dancers.
Why are you guys so obsessed with wolves over here?
Because I'm not sure about this, but we don't have wolves in this country anymore. They all got killed off. So
what?
Don't know.
How you
they
kill
all got
all the
hunted
wolves?
down. You killed every single last one.
Jesus.
There's not even any left up in Scotland. I mean, Scotland has like a very dwindling population of wildcats even. Don't even get started on badgers and foxes and stuff.
You guys are, well, whatever. Interesting.
Oh, but we do have wild boar again because they were being bred for for their meat, and then I think they escaped. So yeah, it's getting to the point where they're having to cull wild boar. So they're basically having to hunt them with some high-powered rifles, if I think about that right. Yeah, country bumpkins and everything, eh?
Yeah, definitely. Well, whatever. Let's go grab lunch. You guys have any recommendations?
Yeah.
Because I've been eating a lot of fish and chips.
Richard, what do you think?
I could go for. I could go for a pub lunch. Maybe a steak, some kind of pie.
I was going to say, would a ploughman's lunch, cheese and breads and chutney, would that be an experience for Jim here?
I've had cheese and wine before, okay?
Yeah, okay. You enjoy a very pungent aroma, a variety of cheeses, chutney, which is basically vinegared vegetables turned into a pickle of some form, essentially, and some various sourdough breads and whatnot. And it's quite heavy going, but it's not that bad. There's something that amounts to a salad on the side of it all as well, and you get the idea. That's what kind of pub lunch is in England, in places. And after that, once you're fed and you've had some drink, you're able to carry on to the junkyard, the scrapyard, which is towards the edge of town, on its way to the circus, actually. The guy that owns the scrapyard, obviously, there's everything there. There's old washing machines, old fridges, everything to be broken down or sold on for parts and so forth. And he's there wanting to he's basically getting ready to crush a whole load of stuff when he sees you approach the front gate. He comes away from the crusher. He's dressed just in kind of like a typical kind of worn, oil-stained shirt, and he's got some big vulcanized rubber gloves on. And he takes his gloves off and lights up a cigarette, and he's like, "Yeah, can I help you?"
Hey, how are ya? Hey, listen, we're looking for this gentleman right here, Richard. We're looking for his brother's car. Heard it might have been brought over here.
What did it look like? Get cars left here. Some of the kids around here drive like lunatics, and they wrap like a Subaru around the tree. I've had to scrap one of those in the last month. So what's this car look like?
Oh, it's blue and it's shaped like this.
You basically described, like I'm just trying to think, kind of like a Toyota, something small European Toyota type car. Nope, I've not seen one of those around here.
Are you sure?
No, I would have known.
Because word on the street is it was here.
Well, then someone's yanking a chain.
I don't know. I mean, listen, I was talking to a very nice young lady in the pub, and she mentioned
You were talking to a nice young lady in the pub, right? That says it all. Look, mate, car like that I would have seen, and if it'd been here, I would have more than likely broken it down for parts and scrapped the rest.
Already? Whew, pretty quick. Well, you don't mind us taking a look around, something like that?
You can have a look around if you want, all you want. Telling you now, you're not going to find anything.
That's fine. I mean, hey, maybe we'll find a nice washing machine we want or something. All right. So just give us a minute. We'll poke around a little bit. All right.
Okay. Did you want to roll to think? Do you think he's lying?
I'm suspicious anyway.
Yes.
You're suspicious anyway, so that's an excuse to roll. Okay. So, what's going to be lying? It's going to be just trying to think what's the appropriate role for this with lying. If he's lying, it's going to be subterfuge. I need my water dance book open in my lap right now. Hold on a minute. Oh, I just want to reference. It's been a while since I've run anything like this. Okay. So, James, you're rolling wits plus subterfuge.
Yeah, let's do that. Boom, 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 boom. Rolled. What?
Okay. Is Jim suspicious?
Not really.
You can still roll because obviously, in your line of work, you know certain tells when people are like maybe in the case of like arson or something like that.
Okay.
Because obviously, as part of your job, you mostly do some sort of investigation into suspicious flyers and so forth.
Yeah. I don't have many dice, so let's just go for it. Yeah, okay, I think I might have seen something.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah, you don't trust him. There's just something fishy about it. And yeah, you're now more inclined to keep your eyes peeled for something around the junkyard. And so you go for a walk around the junkyard.
Yeah.
So you can make investigation roll, so wits plus. It's not really going to be wits plus investigation. I think it's going to be a wits plus composure to spot stuff.
Okay. Clear. Boom. Those are numbers.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Oh yeah. Okay. As you're looking around the junkyard, you do find one thing. So it's seems to have been like near the main front gate, and you could say like it's been pounded into the mud and upside down. But even from back to front, it kind of and a bit crumpled and bent. It's not the entirety of it, but it looks like half it, and it definitely looks like the license plate, or at least part of the license plate. The thing that gives it away is because it has part of the name of the dealership that stole the car license plate.
Right. I recognise that dealership. That's where he got his car from.
You remember it was mostly for his like 18th birthday or something for that car.
And he conveniently forgot. All right.
So it's stuck in the ground, you say?
Yeah.
So it's been here, but it's been destroyed or hidden.
Mm-hmm.
Does it look like there's anywhere that you could actually put a car? Are there any enclosed areas, like workshops? Or...
There's possibly like some corrugated iron type, corrugated steel shared warehouse.
Any chance I can have a peek in there and see if it's...
If you want to sneak over.
Why do we have to sneak? Let's just walk right over.
Yeah.
Okay, if you want to walk right over.
That seems...
If you want to poke around.
He did tell us to go to make ourselves at home, so...
Yep.
Okay. You head over to the warehouse,
Mm-hmm.
and you try the door. It's locked. It's rusted metal and everything there though. But there is a window with some cracked glass. It's a bit dirty and dusty and everything. But you're able to peer in, and you don't think there's a car in there. There just seems to be more machinery, possibly spare parts, a workshop to repair things, and you seem to mostly make out like where an acetylene torch is, ready for like cutting things apart.
Well, something funny's going on.
Yeah, hey, let's go grab that plate so we at least have some like evidence or something like that, and then well, let's just ask this guy some questions. We'll be friendly about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You head over. You've got the license plate remnant, and you head over to talk to the junkyard owner. He's sat there drinking a mug of tea, and still, he's smoking. So you find anything? Like I said, car's not here.
Yeah, actually, we found the
like
plate.
it.
So, yeah, you took it apart, sold it off, and where'd you find it? Where'd everything go?
You found what?
We found the license plate. Usually, that's not separated from a car. I don't think anyone's going to be coming over to a scrapyard just dropping off a license plate, and you wouldn't, give them any money for it either. So, let's just be on the level here, all right?
If you're insinuating what I think you're
We're not
insinuating
anything. We're just, showing you the plate and, jogging
Well, I
your
haven't
memory.
seen it, so maybe someone just tried to get rid of that piece here.
No, they wouldn't do that, all right? Let's listen.
It's a
You know
junkyard.
what I just said? I said, let's be on the level, all right? I'm not insinuating anything, just wondering where you found the car, where the parts go.
I've not seen any car. I don't know where the parts are. It's news to me. No, if you want to bring the police down here, you can bring the local. There's guys up in the station. You can bring them down here. They're gonna say the same thing. Like a car like that, I have to do the paperwork to say that car like that's been through
Exactly.
here.
So why didn't you do the paperwork then? All right, let's see the
There is,
paperwork.
because it doesn't. I can bring you the paperwork there. And he goes into the office, brings you out like a book which has like the information on the cars he's scrapped, obviously, so that you don't get cut and shuts of cars where they welded together two pieces of crashed cars and stuff like that. And then you can see, look, where's this car on here?
Exactly. Why didn't you fill out the
Nothing
paperwork?
fits.
That's what I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you, I haven't seen it.
Clearly,
Look.
it was here. All right. We
How
got eyewitness. We got evidence. All right. Let's just
You've
be
got
on the
what?
level,
You've
right?
got some-
But we have to,
you've got some-
make this a
you've
little
got
more
some-
tense for you. All right.
Look, if you want to bring the police down, you can do it straight away. You can call them up now.
Okay. Let's call him up.
Yeah.
If you don't want to just be honest and on the level, let's get him down here. Can we just head inside and use your phone?
Sure, go on. I'll even dial it for them.
All right.
You call through to the local police station. Hello. Obviously, you get the whole thing. This is Sergeant. Trying to think of a good last name. Lawrence. Can I help?
Yeah, hey, this is Lieutenant Jim Johnson, Detroit Fire Department. How's it going?
Hi. You're calling from somewhere very far away. I think we fall out of your jurisdiction. I'm
No,
sorry.
I just wanted to state my full name, that kind of thing. Hey, we just have we've got a little bit of a misunderstanding down at the scrapyard here in Kingswell. The one off of Route 2A.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, well, we're
just
we're
looking
only
around
up the
for.
road.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
We're only up the road. The station is in town.
Yeah. We're just wondering if someone can stop by and help us kind of settle a little, I guess, investigation that we're doing. Gentleman, Richard here, his brother car was dropped off and at this junkyard, and we found the plate and everything, but the parts were sold off and no paperwork was filled out. We can't really figure out what was going on. No record of custody or anything like that.
Okay, I'll come down and personally have a look into this. So you just stay there. I'll be down in 10-20 minutes. Yeah. Okay. Just stay there.
Okay. Hey, all right. Just talk to him. He said stay here. He'll be here in like 20 minutes. So
Cool.
So some time passes, and the police car, handler car, arrives outside, parks up, and the Sergeant Lawrence and another police officer get out. They take their hats off and approach. Sergeant Lawrence goes to shake both your hands. Jim Johnson?
Oh, yeah, it's me. It's me.
Yeah, okay. You called earlier. Sergeant Lawrence, this is my partner here. So this car, do you have a description for it?
Yeah, it's blue, looks like this.
And he starts making down notes. Okay. He looks at What would help is if it's being brought down here. I can always review see if I can get the look at the CCTV at just one of the. There's a neighborhood watch camera near here, just down the road. I'll go see what I can get off that, and I'll call you later to see if the car's been here. I have to right now take the owner of the yard's word for what it is. We will talk to the young person. Do you have a name for them?
It's actually his son's girlfriend. Actually, I don't know her name.
Okay, well we'll talk to her.
But you know that.
We'll talk to her, and we'll get back to you if you give me a contact number. I see you have the license plate there for the vehicle.
Yep, that's this one.
Can I? I'll have to take that as evidence. I'm sorry. Yes, we'll have to do
evidence of what? There's no crime here. There's a misunderstanding. We'll hold on to the plate. Just take down the number. That should be okay.
We need to have hold of the plate in case there's an explanation for why it's there. There may be some trace of maybe the car had been stolen and has been brought, and someone tried to get rid of the license plate in the yard here, which is a good place to get rid of a license plate if you want to steal a car and then sell it on later. And of course, what with certain people in these parts right now, that's quite a potential. So I'll also be going up there and asking questions. But you're free to go up to maybe ask around there. Maybe someone has seen the car.
Sure thing.
Someone may have taken it out of town.
Here, just take down the plate number. We'll hold on to this until, of course, you start a proper criminal investigation. You got his contact number, and everything should be good.
Well, I'll like I said, I'll get back to you as soon as possible on this.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I did not want to give him that plate. It's our one piece of evidence. You're not getting it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what do you want to do now?
Right. Well, this we suddenly got. There's something fishy going on, but we've not so much got like a lead to follow up on that straight away. So I guess the fair is the next thing.
Yep, let's go.
Yep. So yeah, Jim, thanks for handling that. I appreciate someone who's got a mindset for that kind of thing.
Hey, no problem. These cops, they really just want you to make their job easier, and telling them that it's not a criminal investigation, that just takes a load off their shoulders.
Yeah, it seemed to work pretty well, and it'll be nice to have them doing some work to help me out. Really, like if they can find any information about his car, then I might.
I don't know how cops
idea.
work around here, but in the U.S., that guy ain't giving you anything. All right, but we'll see what happens. We'll have to follow up.
Cool. Okay.
Okay. So you head off up the road, out of the town, up to the field where the circus has set up shop. Of course, it's getting late in the afternoon. The sun's beginning to set, and the circus is silhouetted against the sun. From the road leading up to the fields, where the fair is situated, one can hear the laughing and cries of children enjoying the rides and sights. There is a wail of alarms, sirens, and ringing bells from whatever arcade machines and G-force-inducing attractions, because there are some rides there. There's mostly something like various carousels and an egging space, which is basically a glorified Ferris wheel, as well as the tents for the whatever circus things there are. Multicolour lights are flashing against the dark shadows of the castle-like array of tents, sat next to the industrial moving towers and wheels. There is a sign for the circus. This is the Redstone Circus of the Strange and Fantastical. Walking through the circus, there are all manners of sights and displays. There's a haunted house, waltzers, a Ferris wheel, as I said, and there are actually some exotic animals there. There is a cage that has a tiger in it. There are what look like small monkeys of some form, and walking around, there's obviously horses and various other things. There are jugglers, walkers, and on stilts, and there is even a freak show and a palm reader. It's quite, and there's obviously a little tent with arcade machines. You can go play on like Streets of Rage or something.
It sounds like quite a big fair.
Mm-hmm.
An arcade? We don't even have these in the U.S. anymore. So,
you can basically go in. There's like there's obviously a
there'll be
machine.
Yeah.
There's one of those penny falls where you can drop in your spare coppers and hopefully win more. All that kind of crap.
Hey, Carol, you want a stuffed animal?
Yeah, okay. If you what you're gonna go on, you're gonna try and win it in one of the
I'm the best. I'm the best at these crane games. All right, we can do this.
There is an air gun range as well.
Hold on a second. Let me check my stats.
There's a shooting range as well.
I am much better at at the crane game. All right. Okay.
So more than likely, you are able to win some sort of small Chinese knockoff of a Pokemon. Takes you about like half an hour or more, though.
Can't I roll the dice to see if I can do it right?
Go on then. If you really want to roll the dice to see if a character
right.
wins
Let's
a fluffy
do,
animal in an arcade machine.
What's a good roll for this?
Dex
I guess Dex.
Well-
I'm terrible at Dex, but let's do it.
Plus computer.
Dex plus computer is the weirdest roll for this ever.
Yes, let's do it.
It's
I don't have any skill points in computer, I'm sure.
Oh
oh
my god.
no.
Yeah. I'll just roll 2 dice. See what happens. Oh! Got it! Got it! Here you go, this teddy bear.
Okay.
Wow, you're not kidding. You're really good at that.
Yeah, that's what
You've
I
got
said.
you've got a shoddy looking version of Pikachu.
Okay. It's cool, chicks dig that.
Yeah, it just looks a little bit wrong, and the stitching looks a bit weak. Yeah. The wailing of rides going on, and is Richard showing the pitch around to some of the young people there at the fairground?
I'm actually interested to talk to some of the people who are running the stalls.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
they'll see more of a throughput of
Hey,
people.
Richard, maybe we should look for,
Yeah.
manager, maybe, security or something. They'll probably have a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know where you'd find a manager for a fair like this.
No, just
There's usually
ask the stall
there'll probably
people,
be a
like
load
you
of
said. Just ask them.
You're able to go by one of the larger rides that's near the main tent, and it's as the ride stops, there's obviously the booth in the middle of the waltzers where you can pay. Mike, do you know what I mean when I say waltzers?
Nope, no idea.
No. James, do you know what I mean when I say waltzers?
Yeah, it's a
You've got seats. You've got seats. That's
it's kind of like a
half-
merry-go-round with
You
instead
sit in
of-
it, and it
yeah.
spins as the whole thing, so the booth itself spins, because obviously it's only got weight on one side, and as the whole ring of seats move round, they go up and down,
Okay.
these ramps,
Yeah,
which of course creates even more forces, so it all rotates and goes kind of crazy.
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah. I don't know what the hell you would call them. No idea. Anyway.
a tea ride gone wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah. That would be a quicker explanation. It's the teacups, but they've gone wrong. Okay.
Yeah.
So you talk to the booth owner. He's got tattoos and wearing a vest top and just jeans and got a ring through the nose. It kind of looks like, not very local. Yeah, can I help you? You want to ride with you and your mate there and his girlfriend or something?
I'm trying to find someone. He's my brother. He's been in the area recently, but I've lost contact with him. Have you possibly seen him, or could you show me someone who might have a better idea?
You're better off asking. You're better off asking. You're better off asking old Brian over there. He mostly was. What date? Yeah, you said that long ago. Yeah, he would have been. Running this booth that night. So you should ask him.
Okay, great.
The guy he's pointed to looks kind of similarly dressed. A bit younger. Actually, has a full head of hair. Less wrinkly from age and everything, and is just sat, obviously taking a break from whatever stall. He's mostly watching over one of the duck fishing, duck and hook stalls, something that's a little bit less involved and less busy. And you walk over to him and you ask the same question. I may have seen someone like that. May have. for the right price, obviously.
All right. I go through and I get him out I get my £20 note.
£20 note. Okay. Oh well, in that case then, yeah, I definitely seen him around here. Why? What's it mean to you? He's your brother?
Yeah, he's my brother. I'm just looking out for him. You know, family's important. Don't you agree?
Oh yeah, family's well important. Yeah, especially in these days. Yeah, he was over at the beer tent, asking round the other night. I was there having a break, and yeah, he was no thanks. He was a bit weird.
What was he doing that was weird?
Well, he was he seemed really desperate. He needed to get a hitch a ride out of town. He kept mentioning something about the stones. That's what I overheard from him. Some of the local kids just laughed in his face, and then I think he may have spoken to Madame Zora, who's the old palm reader. She may have humoured him. Yeah, that's about what I saw.
You said stones. What stones were these?
I don't know. Stones are stones, aren't they, mate?
Yeah.
Rolling Stones.
Well,
they have a concert.
Well, yeah, it could be the Rolling Stones. Yeah, it could be
down in Liverpool.
Jason Roses. I don't know. It could have been I. Yeah, he could have gone around these parts. Yeah, around these parts, some of these towns, you can go into the woods here, get some really good mushrooms. You know what I mean about them. Could have been smoking something like that. Could have been off his old rocker, your brother. Is he into that kind of thing? Because if he is, or if you're into it, I know a person.
That doesn't sound like him at all. But thanks for your help all the same.
Yeah, thanks. I hope you find him. Anyway, you don't want to have a go at the ducks. If you get one of the ducks on the hook, if you get the one in the really little ducks there, you get one of these cuddly toys. Get one of the large ones, and you get a goldfish in a bag. Yeah.
Yeah, let's. Yeah.
Trust me, they're proper goldfish.
Go on then. Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Dex and what? Dex and athletics to try and hook a duck out of the water.
It's got to be Dex and fishing.
Dex and fishing, which is a specialisation of athletics, I believe.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, what am I doing? I'll go for these. Boop 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 boop. Rolled. Nah.
Oh, I'm rolling this. I'm gonna be pretty good. What's my athletics specialty? Lifting. I don't think that's applicable.
No.
Yeah. I think I got it after a while.
A duck, and you're given a small polythene bag filled with water, and in there is a goldfish.
Hey, Carol, I got this for you.
Just kind of looks at it and is like, what the hell am I meant to do with that? It'll die in like a week. Fine, whatever. Okay, anything else you want to do while you're here, or talk to?
Well, I'm probably going to want to go to talk to Madame Zora, if that's all right with you guys.
Yes.
Cool.
Carol just shakes her head. This will be amusing then.
Well, Carol, you're into all the ghouls and the goblins and the pagan gods and such. You're gonna love this.
It's history. This is fine. If you want to watch something that's sham, yeah,
come on,
whatever.
It'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna watch Madame Zora here make money out of Richard's plight and his missing brother. This should be wonderful to watch. Anyway, you head over to Madame Zora's little tent.
Yeah.
It's sat between the haunted house and the arcade. Outside it says that you can read someone's fortune for £1. She had advertise as a speciality and find out the name of your true love and how you can come into money or speak to a lost loved one. You go in, and Zora is in her 40s with long dark hair and ringlets and graying in places. She basically is conforming to the typical gypsy reader. And her tent is filled with all manner of random occult icons. There's obviously a little plinth with a crystal ball on there, and her art is practiced through tarot cards. You sit down, and you obviously pay her, and Zora accepts your payment. How may I help you then, young man?
I'm looking for my brother.
Your brother?
Yeah, we lost contact.
He came this way, did he? Let me wait. She just begins to draw some cards. Yes, he came this way recently. His name is not clear to me, but yes, he is not with us anymore.
What do you mean? He's left the town?
Yes, he has left the town and gone elsewhere. He was a student, was he? Younger than yourself.
He is my little brother. Yeah.
And I believe he's gone on. He's now with friends.
With friends?
He was in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
It's not clear what kind of trouble.
I go into my pocket and get out a tenner.
He was having difficulties. It is unclear to me. The spirits. He owed something to someone.
I'd heard something about stones.
Oh, stones. Yes.
Does that?
Yes. He. What was you going to say?
Richard, didn't that guy say that your brother talked to her?
Yeah.
So why are we doing this whole card bullshit thing? Why don't we just straight up ask her, "Hey, lady, did you see your brother or his brother? Sorry, did you see his brother?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She just kind of like stops and is like, "Oh, yes, he came here. He left. I haven't seen him since. I don't know. I'm sorry."
Yeah, that's about as vague as your card reading right there. Okay, so what did you talk about?
He wanted to know about the stones and why they wanted him.
Why the stones wanted him.
And I have no idea what that even means.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. I guess he would come to the card reader to talk about magic stuff or whatever. I say that sarcastically.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Anything else you noticed about him? Was he looking healthy? Was he looking drugged? Was he scared?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
You said he.
No, he seemed. No, he did seem rather scared about something.
Okay. Can you elaborate? I know your
He
type.
just kept he just kept gibbering on about the stones. Trust me, that's all he said to me. He said nothing more.
Okay.
He just said something about the stones and that they wanted him, and he seemed to be looking around everywhere. He seemed paranoid.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I assumed he was high on something.
Right. So that's your types are usually pretty good at reading body language and that sort of thing, and that's all you noticed. He was paranoid, looking around a lot. You got to give us something more. He just passed you a tenner. Let's get our money's worth here, all right, lady?
He seemed desperate to get out of the town. Quickly.
How hard should it be to get out of town?
Well, I imagine he was able. Well, you could walk on foot, obviously, but it's a good few miles before you get to the next town. And there's a lot of dark roads along the way, so if someone was after him, then I have no idea. Not the safest thing to do, is it?
No, I'm just wondering why he didn't hop a bus or something.
Well, buses don't run that late at night.
Do you remember him leaving with anyone?
No. This is all I know. He seems very fearful of something.
Okay.
Right. Well, if you think of anything else, why don't you give us a call over at the hotel here? Hand her my number. And Richard, why don't we check out these stones? See if maybe there was something up there.
That seems like a good idea. If they creeped him out so much, maybe that'll help us out.
You leave the tent, and as you leave the tent, another woman who is dressing more kind of like what the hell just happened there? Dressed in kind of just kind of like jeans and t-shirt, and has similarly like kind of like long black hair. Just kind of stops you. I heard what you were saying. I couldn't help but overhear. I might be able to help you.
You've seen my brother?
Maybe.
Well, he looks like this. I go for my photo again, and
You have to give me a moment. Once Zora leaves, we can talk in there.
Oh, yeah.
So obviously you wait a few moments, and Zora leaves, suggesting that her tent is shut. I need you to. She starts shuffling the tarot cards. I'm going to need you to cut the deck for me.
Hey, you're not going to
Right,
string this kid
we've
along
done
again,
this
are you? Jeez.
Just cut the deck.
I cut the deck.
Okay, she then starts performing a Celtic cross drawing of cards. So I'll just put that in the link there so you can know what order that the cards are drawn.
Oh.
And how it looks. So obviously the first card that she draws is the High Priestess, which represents what is occurring in the present. The next card is the immediate future, and this she draws is the Devil. She just frowns. Something really bad is coming or going on. The next card represents the distant past and is the moon.
The moon.
Her eyes go wide with this. Do you want me to continue this reading?
Why would you stop? What's wrong with this card?
I don't know whether you want to know what it will lead to.
I don't know what it means so far. Please tell me.
It suggests that something very old is here and wants nothing but death of your brother, I believe. As she says that, she reveals the next card, which is death itself.
I don't know what you're trying to pull. Like, does he owe you some money? Are you threatening him?
I'm not threatening anything. I don't know who your brother is or who's this is talking about. She then draws another 3 cards. The next one is the King of Cups, followed by the King of Wands, and then the next card is the Page of Swords inverted. 3 more cards are drawn. The Queen of Pentacles inverted, the 8 of Swords, and then finally, the last card that she puts right at the centre, the Hanged Man. Whatever you're going to have to face, you're going to have to make a choice. You're going to face something, or you're going to have to sacrifice something close to you.
But
I can't tell you any more, and no.
Well,
I think you should go now. I've said enough, and I don't want to get involved in this or my family who work here in this.
yeah. Well, we'll be off. I mean, this is just spooky voodoo and hoodoo. Thanks for trying, but
okay. Everyone can make a intelligence plus academics, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Or occult actually is better.
Okay.
And if it's unskilled, I get -3 to
I'm
that,
going
don't
to make a chance roll.
Yeah, I'm making a chance roll as well. Boom.
Well, I didn't pass it.
Okay. Carol kind of looks at the cards and just is like, this is all really weird. Yeah, I don't know much about this stuff myself, but isn't the King of Cups meant to represent a man of power not to be trusted? Anyway, this could all just be bullshit anyway. I think we should go.
Yeah, I think we've
spent enough money on stuffed toys and charlatans.
Yeah, I just want to get back to finding my brother.
I think. Where do you want to go now? Do we head back to the hotel?
Maybe we should check out these
it's quite
stones.
late.
That's going to take a hell of a walk.
Oh, is it? I don't know where they are, so.
You're looking at least further up the hill onto beyond the church and on a bit more. It's going to take at least a good hour's walk from here. We could go if you want.
Well, I mean,
maybe it's going to take hours. Yeah.
You don't have to come along if you want to just head back to the hotel and get some sleep or something.
Yeah, sure. I think we should do that.
No, I'm saying you
It's
can
going
go
to get
back,
kind of
but yeah, Richard and I
well,
are
yeah,
gonna check
okay.
this
It's going
out.
to get
Okay.
it's going to get kind of rowdy in town as well because it's the Support Wolf Feast. They're going to have the dance and everything in the main town hall. Yeah, okay. So you leave the circus and you head back down towards the town and back towards Heron Hall and on towards you, with the aims going on towards the church and everything. Make perception rolls. Wits plus composure.
Bam, 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 bam. Roll. No.
One success.
One success.
Okay. As you head down the winding road, you figure it'd be quicker to take a shortcut through the fields and along one of the footpaths just to get to the hotel, just because it's quicker than going up and down hills all the time, just kind of loop around. As you do so, you pass on the fields and you hear something that sounds like rather wet sounding, something like animals eating nearby.
That's weird. Let's keep going.
Yeah, this is kind of creepy.
Yeah, because it has got a lot darker as well. As you keep walking, you look over the past the hedge into a nearby field, and what you can see just in the gloom is maybe what you think looks like 3 or 4 people on all fours, apparently looking at each other and at something on the ground.
What?
Kids are doing something weird.
You can hear what sounds like lips smacking as they're maybe drinking or eating.
Maybe we should just turn around. Go back to town.
Yeah, I'm not keen on this shortcut anymore.
As you turn around, you let me think. You're gonna try and be quiet, so you can make stealth rolls.
Sure.
Stealth
I guess
rolls.
we're trying to not be loud, so
Yeah.
let's do a solid unskilled stealth roll. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Stealth rolls.
So that's like Dex plus.
Nope.
Stealth?
Nothing for me.
Oh shit.
So I got 7.
Okay. How many successes did you get, James?
7. That's not 7 successes. Sorry, I got a 7.
You got a 7.
Yeah.
7. Okay. As you start walking, I mostly think, Jim, you kind of either crack a twig or you kick something loose, like a stone or something, and it rattles on the path, and the figures in the field look in your direction, and though you're sure they're human eyes looking at you, they reflect what little light there is in a manner that's almost only similar to that which you'd expect from, say, cats or foxes or dogs at night.
Dead sprint. Out of there.
Dead sprint. Okay, I guess everyone now counts as having the spooked condition.
Mm-hmm.
You basically hear, as they look up in your direction, you do hear this and almost kind of a grunt snarl of something.
Well,
And you watch Jim then run. Like it. Carol kind of like follows.
I think it's time to get my fleet of foot on.
You have fleet of foot, don't you?
I've got fleet of foot 3 dots.
Okay.
Nice.
I need to open up another document because I can't remember what stats I gave for Carol because she is actually was another actual player character. Historian. Where's the historian?
I'm gonna keep up with the slowest person. So I imagine. Yeah, I mean Carol's currently got like a Pokemon and a goldfish, so I think she might.
Yeah, she's dropped the goldfish.
Oh no,
Fuck the
Goldie!
goldfish. Fuck the goldfish.
It was going to be key.
Yeah, she's got. Actually, I forgot. She's got a merit which, if she'd been a player character, she's got an eye for the strange. So she's completely like, this is not good, and just likes it. Okay. Do I have her stat line somewhere as a PDF? I'm sure I did that. So, where's that? Give me a second. There we go. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, one comment I just want to make, because we're in like the slate pause right here, is that I love the merits in God Machine Chronicles compared to the old World of Darkness.
Oh yeah, they're so much easier.
So much better.
Area of there's so much because obviously they've brought in all the things from like Hunter with careers,
Yep.
which I think was the best thing ever. Because it means for like even a single merit dot you get a whole shitload of like skills or more merits or something, which really makes for a more rounded character. Okay, so yeah, you are sprinting down this dark, overgrown pathway. Past, away from the fields, back to the main road. As you get to the end of the pathway, there's at the end of the pathway, as you get to the road, that you can see on the road, there is a police car, and with the lights, the headlights are on, but not the siren lights, and the sergeant and his fellow officer. You can make perception rolls again.
Sure.
As you're running.
Sure.
Perception.
Does my danger sense come into play here?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. That's the one problem with this merit is I have to ask you, is my danger sense in play? And then you kind of tell me if there's actually an issue. No successes, however, so I just keep running.
Yeah.
You're running towards them, so you don't think they're a danger.
Okay, that's right. So I run up to the car like, you gotta help us, you gotta help us.
Yeah. They're the police.
There's something out here, like bobcats or something.
How did you do, James? You've got a success?
I got 3 1s and a success.
Okay.
Well, there's no botching, so
Yeah.
you're good.
Yeah, you have to choose if you want to botch. Okay. As you run up to him, and I guess Richard, you sprinted ahead because you've got 3 foot. You just like legged it past everyone.
Yeah.
And before you even let Jim get any closer, you just put your arm out as you realise the same unsettling, reflective eyes in the with the police officers as well.
Oh, whoa, buddy. Whoa. Something's wrong here.
What do you mean something's wrong? The cops are right there.
Look at their eyes, man.
Oh no.
The sergeant's like,
Oh no. Oh no.
I believe you've taken a walk down the wrong path. I think you're going to have to come with us. Now. And he just grins a really wide smile, and you realise that he has in his hand what looks like some form of... the only way to describe it is actually like a kitchen knife.
I'm going to resolve my spooked condition now by running again back in the other direction towards those other things, because I'm not really thinking, I'm just freaked out. So I'm gonna head back the other direction up the road.
Yeah. Carol's just legged it as well.
Yeah.
Richard's also running.
I'm gonna Speedy Gonzales and just be gone.
Okay.
Yep.
I think in your quick-wittedness you can find a route over a hedge or a half-collapsed wall, so you don't have to go all the way back down that path past those villages in the field, and you can basically work your way down into the back streets if you want to head towards the town. Do you want to head towards the hotel? Is that where you're going? Where do you want to go?
I'm just running, so I mean, unless Richard directs me somewhere, I'm just going.
I guess I'm gonna try and get out in front, and I'll try and lead us back towards the center or towards the hotel.
You want to head towards the hotel? Okay.
That's where we've got last stuff.
We can now try. This will be interesting. Let's do some extended running actions because you're going to be chased, obviously. So let me see how extended actions work. Let me see. Will you have had to have done a breaking point with anything you've witnessed? We'll roll that once you actually get to the hotel. As that. So determine dice poll. Okay, so everyone's rolling their what? Athletics plus stamina for running.
Oh.
Okay.
Plus whatever modifier your merit gives.
Oh gosh, my merit. What does Fleet of Foot give me? Doesn't that just make me fast?
Isn't that on? Did I not put the extra thing
hang
on
a minute. Fleet of Foot.
On your additional sheet of the.
No.
Okay. It's a not fighting merit. It's a physical.
Yep, I got it right here.
You wish you had. Fleet of Foot, okay. Yeah, you're getting +1 to your speed, so the thing that then has to be compared is their speed. What's your speed?
My speed is 11.
Okay.
And I need to do some rolls as well, don't I?
Yeah, Mike, what's yours?
Let me check.
Hold on, James, before you roll. Speed is 10, okay. And we're doing a chase, so I wonder how they've changed a chase with the extended actions. Is there even a suggestion of how to do it? Not really. I'm just wondering what the best way to do it. I know there's chase rules, but I guess it's the difference is just the way they've changed how an extended action works, isn't it? Ranged combat. Not doing combat. What's not happening? There's a lot of stuff in here, but the question is whether it's all relevant. Okay, so that's all that stuff. Okay, so I want to get that extended options. And find it in here. So it's all to do with the difference in speed, isn't it, for chasers? Merits, equipment, dramatic systems, dice modifiers. Okay. So if you've got higher speed, you've got plus. What is it? Is it +1 to the dice pool? You start off with a +1 to your result, to your total, because you basically have to get more successes in total over a certain number of rolls. What they say with extended actions is you can also count as getting +1 because you've got a head start. As with any action, determine the dice fall first. Situational modifiers apply. Blah 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 blah. The player may roll the number of dice in the dice pool up to the number of dice rolls allowed. So the number of dice rolls, each roll is an extended action. As first, the modified attribute plus skill plus speciality, if any, determines the maximum number of dice rolls allowed. So, James,
Yes.
what is your stamina plus? Stamina plus athletics.
That is 5.
5. So you're allowed to have 5 rolls in total for this chase. We'll just do that because it's simple. Okay. And Mike, you've got how many rolls you're allowed to make? Stamina plus athletics.
Yeah, I got 6 dice for that, and I get 9 again for
Yes.
athletics
Yeah.
rolls.
Okay, so you can have a maximum of 6 dice rolls in this. So you all get, you've all got a total of 1 to start with. James, you've got a total of +2 difference because of you. Actually, no, because you're not fat. You've got to be more than like 3 difference, I think, for speed on chases. I can't quite remember that, but I think that'll do for now. I think it's a difference of for every 3 higher, you get +1 to your total straight away because that represents a success. And you just roll. So and you need to get I would say a total of once you get at least a difference of 5. You've outmatched them and they're running.
Right. And you said
Okay.
it's stamina plus athletics.
Yeah, that's right. So the first roll for them is so they've got 1 success so far.
Okay, I got 2.
You've got 2. Okay.
And I've
James, you've got
got 3.
3. So that puts your total up to you're basically on a total of 4. They've got 1 success. So James, you're 3 ahead. Mike, you're 2 ahead. And our historian, because she might trip and fall, she's got a stamina of 2
Oh.
and an athletics of 1.
Oh.
So if someone wants to roll for her, 3 dice.
Alright, I got this. Nope, not very good.
No. Okay, so they're catching up with her as she falls behind. So I think it'll be fair that on her next roll she will spend one of her 4 willpower points to get some extra dice on that. She looks over her shoulder and she's pretty much screams as she starts running, and we roll again.
Nice. I get to roll extra 2. So I got 3 successes.
3 successes because we're looking for 8 more. James, you've got 2 successes, is right?
Yeah.
Oh no, you've got 1 success, sorry.
Hmm?
So yeah, you've got 1 success. So you're still on a total of 3 ahead. Mike, you're well ahead. You've out sprinted them. You're legging it really fast. Do you want to roll for her? Someone roll. How many dice does it say? Stamina plus athletics is 3. Someone roll 6 dice for her. Actually, rolls use her willpower.
She got a success.
Oh no, she got a success. So she's still outpacing them. So it's James and her left. So do you think she's going to spend another willpower? Is she going to be on a condition now? I wonder. Not yet, I doubt. Let me see. James, what did you get?
Yep. So. Oh, I got 1.
They've got 2, so you only got a head start for 2 on them. and she's got
Should I be rolling extra dice at this point
what for?
for my head start?
No, that's what your differences
Okay.
represents how far ahead you are. She's mostly yeah, I don't know. We'll figure out a condition for her. Maybe there's a condition for this. Maybe there isn't. Mike, if you want to roll for her, she's going to spend that other willpower. 6 dice again.
2 successes.
Oh wow, it's okay. So she's just about out, keeping ahead of them. And we'll do another roll. You basically imagine you're sprinting down from the field. You're going now through the narrow alleyways before you get to the main streets, and as you're heading towards the hotel, and you even now have for Jim, he thinks there's people up ahead that he can trust, but as he nears them, he sees the same reflective eyes and just turns for a different direction, thinking that the main street is not the safest place to be.
Okay, I think that's fair.
The same for you with Richard. He's noticing these weird eyes as he's running, and you know you're trying to keep pace with where Jim's gone, and yeah, it's difficult. So how did she do? She got So okay, we'll do another dice roll then for them and Carol.
I kind of want to spend some willpower because I don't feel like I'm getting ahead of them.
Yep.
Sure.
So that's 3 dice today.
Mostly, if she spends another willpower, she's only have 1 left.
Yeah, is Carol going to spend willpower, or is she feeling a bit more comfortable?
Her virtue is patient, her voice is deceitful. There's not much that's going to help her.
Bam.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that puts you totally out of their reach now. You leg it, and you hear Carol in the background, screaming for you to wait for her, to help her. Mike, can you roll for her?
I can. Does my character hear her screaming? She gets a success anyway.
Maybe not, and that is not enough for her. You hear her scream, and then it stops. Suddenly.
We are the worst people.
And I think it's fair, as you both outpace them, you feel like you're getting close to the hotel, and you have time to breathe, and to take your time to hide and to carefully make your route back there. You can now both make integrity rolls. You get +1 modifier because you're protecting yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
You get +1 modifier because your integrity is between 7 and 6, isn't it? What is your integrity, guys?
Mine is 7.
Yeah, and you can. But you get -1 because I think that you have witnessed something strange and let someone get hurt. So you saw a +1 on your integrity rolls, which is a resolve plus composure roll. Do you have any virtual vice that may hinder you in any of this?
I'm ambitious and I'm arrogant.
I'm courageous.
Yeah, I think, Mike, you get a -1 on that for your courage.
Due to courage, -1? Okay.
Yeah, because you could have run back and helped her.
Well, see, that's the thing. Did I hear her screaming? Because I probably would have.
You probably wouldn't, so maybe it hits you when you only realise that you see Richard
we're
catch
going to
up
be
with you.
role-playing that in a second. But yeah, I'll take the -1.
Okay, so roll for it now. Let's see how this goes. You just need to get a success.
I got 1 success.
Oh, I've rolled 2 8s, a 4, and a 6. So
Okay,
that's
so
two
you
sixes.
somehow reason to yourselves that you possibly did the right thing in the face of what you witnessed. You're there, somewhere in the back streets near the hotel. You can hear what sounds like some sort of celebration in the streets. People making howling sounds, and then as you look up into the night sky, you realise that there is a moon in the sky as well. What do you say to yourself, each other? What are you thinking in the gloom as you hide? Mostly behind like a wheelie bin or something.
Richard, where's Carol?
Yeah. She was right behind me. I was running. I couldn't. She must have dropped behind. I couldn't keep up with it. At the moment that she got out, I thought she was keeping up, and then she just.
God damn it! No way. We can't leave her out there. I've already lost one. I can't do this, man. We have to go back for her. We have to do this.
I mean, those things are whatever's out there. They're monsters, but we can't leave her behind.
All right. Okay.
Um.
Is there anything around us, like a board with a nail in it, or a broomstick?
You can mostly find. I think in the wheelie bin, there might be.
Come on, axe. Come on, axe.
Come on, axe. Yeah. I think you can find maybe a piece of old metal drain pipe nearby on one of the buildings. You can wrench off, and you can use that then as a rudimentary club.
Okay.
And there's like because you're behind, say, one of the shops, you find there's a pallet that you're able to break off a board, and you've got like a rudimentary 2x4.
Yay!
Okay.
You have some basic clubs.
Yeah.
Right. This is why playing World of Darkness games set in the UK rocks, because you ain't got no guns.
Yeah.
It ups the fear level so much more. Okay, so what are you going to do? You're there brandishing a metal pipe and a piece of wood which still has a nail in it, and
okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I guess.
All right, we gotta be careful. Let's circle back a different route. We gotta move fast though. We gotta run. Who knows what's happening?
Okay, you're gonna be making stealth rolls.
I don't. Are we making stealth rolls? I think we're just running. I think my guy's just running.
You're running back there. You're running back there.
But a circuitous route. A little bit, so we don't go straight back down the street. We ran up.
Yep.
You head back to where you think you last saw Carol, over the back of your shoulder, especially for you, Richard, where you were last certainly you thought you could hear her and see her, and there isn't much sign of anyone there. You're just behind some of the buildings, all the lights are off, you're in the main town, it's a bit of a winding alleyway, there's just the babbling of a brook nearby, one of the streams that goes by, and the only thing you can imagine is that most of the people that would be in the houses nearby are mostly down at the feast and at the party. You can make an investigation roll in that area.
Now, if I want to do something specifically investigation-wise, if I tell you that, do I get a bonus on my roll?
No.
No. Okay, cool. That's all right.
I got nothing.
Investigation. Investigation's wits and... Is it wits or intelligence?
You can make intelligence plus investigation.
Yeah. Oh, bugger. Pardon me. So I got an 8, a 9, and a 9.
Oh, good. Okay. Richard, you're looking around the path, this alleyway, and you're looking around, and in the sheen from the moonlight, you certainly can see a bit of a wet sheen on the floor. You get down, you put your fingers on it, and it's sticky. The warmth has already gone from it. You bring it to your nose, and it's the smell of fresh blood.
What'd you find down there?
It's whatever it's not good. It's blood. I think.
What? No, is it Carol's?
I don't have a lab here, but I probably assumes yes.
Oh no. No, god damn it. No. Oh.
It's not. It's obviously it's not congealed or anything. It's really fresh.
Second person I lost. I can't. No.
Calm down, man. I'm gonna grab Jim and just.
You're gonna slap him.
I'm not gonna slap him. I'm just gonna grab him by the shoulders. Just kind of root him a little bit. Calm down, man. Calm down. You can we can handle this. We can deal with this. We need to get somewhere safe.
I think this is an integrity roll for me.
Yes. Your basic integrity roll, so just make a resolve plus composure.
Okay. Okay, I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't really like her that much, actually.
She's
kind of being a bitch at the end.
She threw away your goldfish.
Are you gonna? Do you have? I guess for Jim there is maybe the hope that now he's got himself to compose. Though there's blood, she may be hurt, but she might still be alive somewhere.
She might still be out there. If she's not, they're gonna goddamn pay.
Right.
Do I find
Okay.
any axes around here?
No. I am wondering whether there are appropriate conditions to put on you.
Yeah, we need a God Machine Chronicles screen which has the conditions on it. I think that'd be
Oh,
sweet.
hang on a minute. I could totally. I've got the rules update PDF here, so I could share that through Google thingamajiggy.
Okay. Mike, Jim is now. I think that we can use the steadfast condition to represent vengeful.
Okay.
Which basically means your character is confident and resolved. So in this case, it's more like bloody-minded and will not fucking give up. And it means when you fail a roll, you may choose to resolve this condition and instead treat your action that you rolled as a single success. So it basically means you can auto-success something that messes up.
Yeah, that's right.
I
couldn't stop that fire in Detroit, but I can stop these assholes.
Yes. If the roll is a chance die, you may choose to resolve this condition and roll a single regular die instead. Oh, that's quite cool. Yeah, I think that works out well as a kind of a vengeful kind of one. The other one you could possibly use, though, if you wanted, is obsession. Something in characters. No, obsession is maybe more like research, like in a kind of Lovecraftian kind of can't put something down as a researching mad weirdness. Is there a condition? I'm going to give James's Richard.
Mm-hmm.
Your condition is going to be guilty. Your characters experience deep-seated feelings of guilt and remorse. So this is how your kind of thing is resolving. Yeah, that's cool. Nice. Gotta love share screen. This condition is commonly applied after a successful breaking point roll, which you've done. Hurrah.
Yeah.
While the character is under the effects of the condition, he receives a -2 to any resolve or composure rolls to defend against subterfuge, empathy, or intimidation rolls, because you basically just don't have your mind with it. The resolution is if the character confesses his crime or makes a restitution of whatever he did. So this is basically, you feel this is your way of feeling that you need to go help get Carol back, and is also more compounded by the fact that you've also got to rescue your brother wherever he is.
Yeah.
Or find out what happened to him. So this, your guilt has been compounded in a very different way. Cool. So let us continue. What do you want to do? You're in this alleyway. You've got wet blood on your hands now, Richard. Jim is like there hefting this pipe, ready to bludgeon some person's skull in. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
I want to see if this blood is leading anywhere.
Oh, yes, that's good.
If there's a trail.
It is dripping away. There's a bit of a smear to it, and then it looks like the person, whoever's blood it is, was potentially possibly picked up, and you can see a few blood splatters in the moonlight. You may follow this.
Jim, it looks like there's a trail we can follow.
Good.
Cool. Right. Keep your eyes open.
You follow the trail, and every so often you have to duck behind something, because I guess you're not very trusting of the townsfolk anymore. Is that right?
I think that's quite correct.
And yes, you're able to see illuminated as they carry torches, people gallivanting around. They're dressed up in strange, in ways, in garish manners, and partying. There are people kissing each other, or passing around something that they're eating, and there's just like a mob of people in the main street. But you move away from that and you head back towards the hotel. And as you head that way, the town gets a bit quieter as everyone is down at the main hall. The hotel itself, as you get there, you notice is eerily quiet. There are no lights on, and apparently nothing there. No one's there. Do you want to go? You basically you've gone past the main front gate of the estate to the hotel, and you're creeping past the well-groomed hedgerows and through the garden up to the hotel.
Hey, Richard, before we go in here,
yeah,
something happened to me last night, and saw some blood. Well, it wasn't really blood. I don't think it was blood. It looked like blood, though. It was on the
right.
It was on the bathroom mirror, and it said Cagna Lagan Hungers. Maybe we should just Google search that before we go in.
Did I give you what that Celtic stuff meant?
Nope.
Because that's the thirsty stones.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh.
The sanguine stones, which are the bloody stones. I guess they're hungry for blood.
Okay.
No, the Kegan. Oh, maybe it's right. Got a mouthful of biscuit. Kegan Carrega, or the mouth of Old Stone, is what you find out.
That's the one. Sorry,
Whereas
my notes, I've got it where I've linked it all together.
The Roman one is the Roman name for the town was Bad Rock.
Mm.
All right, good. Just making sure it's not something to do with the hotel itself. All right, let's go check this out.
Yeah.
You head towards the hotel. Let me get my notes of that. And it looks like the hotel is shut. You can see, but it depends how you want to go in. How do you want to get into the hotel? Do you use the front door?
I mean, we'll check a side door first. Maybe there's a little hatch to the basement. Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, okay. You check the side door.
Wait, no, before we do that. Is there a shed? Is there a garden shed?
A tool shed.
I think for the gardens there is a tool shed, yeah.
Okay, is there a padlock on it?
I would guess there's a padlock on there.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm going to try to break off that
you're going to use
padlock.
that.
with my pipe?
I don't think you need to roll this. I think you can. I think you're pretty good. If you didn't get through that, you'll just kick it in. But basically, yeah, you just smash the lock off.
Okay.
Slam open the door, and well, not slam open, so you don't want to piss anyone off. But anyway, you try and make as little sound as possible, so you break open the lock, and you pry it off, and within is gardening tools of all manner.
Is there a rusty axe?
I would imagine there most probably is an axe used every so often to help cut up like either wood for the fire in the main hall for winter, and yeah, there is an axe there.
I'd pick up the axe.
Do I sense some kind of general feeling of contentment and satisfaction finally?
Yes.
All I imagine is kind of that bit where in Shaun of the Dead where he picks up the cricket bat and kind of flicks it around. It's like, yeah. But it's actually more of a purposeful killing weapon. Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Does Richard want to try and find something that's a better weapon than a 2x4?
Richard's not really like particularly fighty in general, so he's probably going to look for anything that looks like a long stick that you can keep someone at the other end of it.
You could mostly find something like
I can probably pick up a hoe.
A garden hoe.
Yeah.
A garden hoe, for fuck's sake. I'm going to roll a die, and I'm going to see if I roll, and Sam will bear witness to this. If I roll an 8 or more on this, there will be a chainsaw in there as well. Because I don't know whether they keep a chainsaw there or keep it somewhere safer than that. No, I don't. There's no chainsaw there. There's like a hedge trimmer, which really isn't a weapon of choice for. There's a fly mow as well, but you know, that's not going to really help you. There's also a sit-on mower in there as well.
Well, we can make our getaway in that later. But,
yeah. Anyway, you tool up with better things. Let's have a look at what the axe gives to Mike. Because obviously combat's a bit different now because you get your defense rating works against dice we roll for combat, but once you hit, you get automatic successes with the actual weapon's damage profile. So it works. And also there's initiative modifiers due to the weapon. So if we look at fire axe, is it going to be a fire axe, or is it going to be does it count as a fire axe, or is it a hatchet? No, it's a fire axe. It has to be balanced to do so. It has a damage rating of 3, an initiative modifier of -4, a strength. You need a basic strength of 3, which of course our firefighter has. It has a size of 3, which basically means you can't really hide it. And it gives him a 9 again for damage. Is that 9 again for damage?
-4 initiative. This is going to be great.
Yeah, but 9 again for... I guess 9 again is actually to hit, isn't it? Because you get that, if you hit, you get the damage on top. So if you make... So the 9 again is to hit. So if you hit, you're going to deal a ton of lethal damage. Yeah, shame you didn't get the chainsaw, but that's an initiative modifier of -6. James, your garden hoe.
Yes.
What the fuck are we going to count a garden hoe as?
It's
a spear.
It's kind of it's an improvised
that's
spear.
good. That
It's
gives
an
him
improvised
+1 defense,
weapon.
Two-handed.
It's an improvised weapon, so it will count as okay, we're going to say it counts as a I think that works. We count it as a tire iron because obviously you're going to hit sort of the metal part of it.
Yeah.
And of course it's got a bladed edge to it. So it does damage 1, it's lethal. gives you initiative modifier of -3. You need a strength of 2 to wield it. It's a size of 2, so you ain't going to hide it. It gives you +1 defense because you can fend people off with it.
Sweet.
But the downside is you get -1 die when using it because it's not designed. It's not weight. The balance of it is not there. And if you successfully hit, it deals damage. It takes the same amount of damage as it inflicts. So the durability on this does it even have a durability?
Yeah. Mostly, I'm just going to be using it to try and keep people back. I think.
Tyrant similar weapon to a metal target. Improvised weapons. Otherwise, it does durability -1 damage. A weapon does the same amount of damage as it inflicts. So durability reduces the damage as normal once the weapon's structure is reduced. So it has a durability based on the fact it's wooden.
Okay.
So it should be fairly. I think if you roll really high on your successful damage, we're going to have to assume that it breaks because obviously the haft of the hoe can't take the impact. But that's fair. You then have a short stick that's stabby and will give someone a splinter.
Yeah.
So.
Right.
We carry on. So you're going to go. You leave the shed and you head to the manor house.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the blood trail led us. So let's go check it out.
How are you going to get in? You go through one of the side doors, or you can smash away in through the greenhouse.
That's a good question.
I think
there is the greenhouse there. There's side doors, not the front door. That's obviously a bad idea.
Yeah. I think try the side door because breaking into the greenhouse is going to make a hell of a racket.
Yeah, we'll see if we can just break off the lock or something on the side door.
Okay. You go up to the side door and you try and kick it in a bit. It doesn't budge. But I think Jim's got enough heft that if you rolled a good strength athletics rolls, you're mostly skilled enough at kicking the door at the right point and it'll come off the lock.
Yeah, I think I know how to do that. So
I think he knows how to do that.
Yeah, that's it. And then it's 9 again, so I get to roll another die. At least I got one success, but...
Okay, yeah. I think it's fair to say you're skilled enough that you could kick it at the right point, and yeah. The door smashes open, and you're going through the side door, which leads to, I would say, sort of like the laundry room, and it's very dark in there, and you head in. The laundry room leads to, obviously, a series of rooms which are obviously all to do with maintenance and of the hotel. So obviously, it leads to the corridor leads to the kitchens and leads to the office and other places. But the hotel seems dark and silent, which is a bit weird at this time of night because it's not actually that late at night.
Do we see any more blood, perchance? I guess they probably didn't come to the side door.
Yeah. You don't yet, no.
I guess we kind of want to work our way round to at least be able to look at the front room.
That's right.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's just move it. Yeah.
You creep your way. Yeah, you head basically into along. You basically come to the point where you're behind the front desk.
Mm-hmm.
You still don't see any bloodstains yet. You can make a wits plus composure rolls.
Oh. Wits comp.
2 successes.
Hang on. Yeah, okay, cool. I was just worried my condition was going to do it.
Wow.
2 successes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, Jim, you look as you're looking around. You peer in the darkness at the guest book, and you flick over and you realise that everyone in the hotel is marked as having checked out earlier in the day while you've been out and about.
Including us?
Yes.
That's peculiar. Well, let's keep going.
Richard, you find as you go out into the main foyer, you do discover there are some drops of blood.
Ooh. Do they look like they're leading anywhere? Or?
You're not too certain yet. You'll have to have a look round.
Well, then I'm gonna have a look around. Hey, Jim, I think there's some blood here.
Alright, where's it going?
It's
going over there.
Have a look.
I got 1 success, so.
Okay. Let's see here.
Wait.
You walking around, and of course you're in the what counts as the hotel library area, and in the library, what will you notice? You're looking about, you realise in the library, let me see. Just wondering if there's anything interesting. It's in the dark and the gloom. You see there's a few like display boxes of things from the Roman dig, and obviously there's various curios that were picked up. Who got 2 successes? Anyone?
What, on the looking around for blood roll? Or?
Yeah, just looking around in general.
Oh, I got a 6, 2 10s, and a 1. So.
Oh no, you could have made another roll because Mike made another roll. So make another one.
Sorry.
You discovered the blood. Now you're looking for more.
Which one? Sorry, am I rolling now?
Wits plus composure.
Wits composure again. Okay.
Or you can roll your intelligence plus investigation because you know what you're looking for.
Yes, please.
Go on then.
Rolling. Numbers.
You just got 3. Wow. Okay. You're looking around and you spy in one of the cabinets. I mean, various things from the Roman dig. Again, the bad stone and about there's a thing about a Celtic sword, which has, or a hilt of a sword which has something about Aaron, the god of slaughter. And there's a coin. There's an obol named as Chiron's obol, or Chiron's obol. And of course it reads as Chiron's obol, an offering placed in the mouth of the dead. It's made of silver and has the head of Medusa upon it. Another weirdness as well. I just thought that was kind of a fun one.
Silver, eh? Right.
And you also find more bloodstains leading to behind, leading from the near the library to a doorway, which as you open up, you see that it has steps leading downwards.
Oh. And
as you open that door, you hear a rattling at the front of the hotel, and you see silhouetted against its windows many people. They seem to be bearing torches.
Well, shit. We better get out of here.
What? No. I'm going down there.
That really is that the safest idea?
My character's already walking down at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm
You just
gonna
watch him descend the dark steps into the basement.
So, I think your character has to ask himself, does he want to lose another friend?
Hell no.
And your guilt
Because
is
you're pretty
pulling at
guilty
your
already.
soul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I start down the stairs and I close the door after us to at least cover our descent.
Okay. The staircase leads downwards and is typical kind of concrete kind of steps, and it leads into the basement. The basement has wooden tables that have like where they seem to store like paint, hardware tools, and you see towards the back is what looks like some sort of like storage for wine. You look about in the dark, well, what you can in the dark, and you find a torch. So when I said the people outside had torches, they had flaming torches.
Yeah, that's what I assumed, but I should have asked because
you've been able to find a flashlight.
Yes.
Yeah, and you turn it on, and there you see more of the blood drips, the blood stains.
This is a lot of blood.
Which have, rather than being drips, then stop, and you see a bit more of a pool of it, and then it smears off.
Oh, smears are never good.
All right, I'm rushing in.
Okay, you're following it.
Following it quick. I'm just running at this point.
Who's holding? I'm imagining that Richard is holding the flashlight because Jim's got the axe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So your vicious kind of shadow of you holding this axe is cast across the concrete floor, and as you follow it until you get to what looks like a number of standing refrigerators, and the bloodstain stops at the refrigerator. Yet there's quite clearly a little bit of it, like a handprint.
Oh shit! I open the fridge.
With which hand?
Left hand, I guess, because I'll be holding the axe in the right.
Okay.
I guess.
You open the fridge. A light comes on in there, and the whole door of it opens. It's a Smeg fridge, by the way, so it's quite a good fridge. But it still swings open, and where you expect it to be filled with frozen meats and ice cream and whatnot, there's in fact a staircase leading downwards. Very narrow first to get through the fridge, and then it opens up. This is a staircase carved out of the living stone, and down there you can see a flickering light as it curves away.
Is it?
You can hear someone in the dark gloom chanting something in a guttural manner, in no language you can make sense of.
I'm just running down. Let's just do this.
Okay.
Oh God. So yeah, I guess I'm bringing up the rear.
Okay. You head down the steps as quickly as possible as it gets dark and dank, and you realise the air is damp and almost pulsating as if it was laboured long breaths. Are you trying to be quiet, or do you not give a shit about being quiet? Okay. You reach the bottom of the steps, and you look out into this chamber that's, I would say, 8 foot high, roughly 10, 15 feet across, sort of roundish. And you can see on the opposite side of the wall, illuminated by whatever lantern that they have, you can see Carol strung up, bound, and obviously suffering from a knife wound to her side. And she's been gagged, and she just looks at you with desperate eyes. Next to her, also bound in the same way, is Richard's brother, who looks emaciated and pale. And stood there in the centre of the room is Harold Richmond, holding a stone dagger and dressed in some sort of purplish kind of robe, with his chest exposed. His entire top half is naked under the robe, and he just kind of looks at you with a grim, wide smile. We have dinner guests then. Dinner for my lord. You then are able to look down and see that the room itself is almost runs downwards into the centre, and in the middle there is a hole big enough for a person to fit in. There are tendrils reaching out of it, kind of like tendrils that would grow due to a fungus, and one of these tendrils it goes all the way up to Richard's brother and seems to have grown and wrapped around his leg and burrowed into his stomach. The walls, you then realise, above you, the ceiling is dripping some sort of liquid. The only way to describe it is possibly something almost a bit like bile. And you realise that in the dark, this hole has, you're sure, what looks like teeth. At which point you can both make breaking point integrity rolls, witnessing the supernatural, and then we will get into what you do.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think I'm okay.
Hold on a minute.
This might be a time to resolve my steadfast, but hold on, let me check the rules.
Yeah. Okay, integrity breaking point. You get +1 to your dice pool, but you are witnessing a supernatural occurrence. I think we'll call -4 to your dice pool.
So you get +1 and then -4.
+1, -4, but you're going to get a +2, James.
Yeah.
You're going to be protecting a loved one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well then, dice.
Success.
Oh, no, I'm okay.
You're okay.
I'm really okay.
You're just like, fuck this shit. Okay.
But I think that superior roll I just made is the steadfast carrying me through this extreme situation as I dash forward to take out this dude's leg.
Okay, so combat then. I've got Richard, we've got Jim, we've got Henry, and
then we have 6 werewolves. Ah.
You wish. Okay, let me just get to combat. Here we go. It's obvious what your intent is that you're going to protect the people that you care for. So the first thing to do is roll for... first of all, you can both roll wits plus composure.
Wits and composure.
And success.
There we go.
Yeah. Jim is not stupid, and neither is Richard, as you get the distinct impression that if you ran down here, that running into that room without looking either side is mostly going to spell death for you. And so, as you stride forward into this chamber, you turn around and see that ready on either side of the passageway, and as you exit it, are two police officers dressed in similar robes to Harold, ready to attack you. So now you can roll for initiative, which is going to be your initiative modifier plus wits plus dexterity plus composure. Or sorry, no, wait. You roll 1d10 and add your initiative modifier.
Oh. Okay.
Initiative 14.
I got 13.
-4 for my axe, so initiative 10.
So you're on initiative 10.
Yeah. I got 13, and then I need to -3, is it?
Yep.
Yep. Do we have any idea what initiative modifier knife does?
I can check, because I think I still have that page open.
Here.
A knife is...
I'll give a -1.
Yep.
Okay, so it's 8. And old hair... Where is he? Okay, so Henry's as he sees you coming towards you, he's going to run in to stab you, Jim.
Okay, bring it on.
Okay, I will do. Right, let's see how this works now with any differences. So it's his strength plus weaponry plus plus any bonuses on the weapon itself, which are none. The weapon's going to be +1 because it's a knife doing lethal. So it's strength plus his weaponry. 4. Versus a character's defense is normally subtracted from any attack dice pools where it applies. If they choose to dodge, the defender rolls a defense as a dice pool against each attack. Each success reduces the attacker's successes by 1. So, Mike, Jim's not dodging. So, what's your defense?
Defense is 5.
Wow. Yeah, he's pretty good, isn't he?
That's what this character was made for.
And yes, Harold runs forward, lashes out at you with the dagger, hoping to cut open your jugular, and completely misses. You and Richard now may get to act. Jim and Richard get to act.
Okay, well, I'm going to try to take my axe and swing it down at Harold's leg, and see if I can just swipe it out from under him. And hopefully
go
break
for
it.
it.
So strength plus
He's
weaponry.
got a defense of 3.
What's up?
He's got a defense of 3.
Right, so strength plus weaponry is 5, plus I have a specialty with this axe. So that should be +2, or am I thinking of Shadowrun?
What? Huh? Sorry, what did you ask?
Specialty is +2 dice?
Yes.
Okay.
And no, specialty is just +1.
Okay. Sorry, Shadowrun is +2 dice.
He's gonna obviously spend a willpower point to add +2 to his defense.
Okay, so I get to roll 1 die in this case, which means I'm going to use willpower to roll an extra 3 dice. I have a lot of willpower, I believe. Yeah, I do. Okay, 4 dice coming at him. All right, I should probably re-roll that 10 and that 9 because it's an axe.
Yeah.
Boom. So that is 3 successes.
3 successes. So you've hit with 3 successes, and the weapon gives you A plus what?
3 damage.
3 damage. So that's a total of 6 damage to him. Yeah. Okay. You slice the axe down at his thigh, and it bites in deep, pretty much to the bone. And as you pull it out, there's just a whole, I think, a spurt of blood that just comes out of it, and essentially your swipe and pull out splatters the wall behind you, and mostly yourself in turn. And he staggers back, screeching. Richard's go.
If he's staggering back, can I poke him into the hole?
Yes, do it.
with my hoe.
Yeah, if you want to try.
It seems like it does seem like a thing. So I don't have anything in weaponry.
Would this be an athletic check?
For what?
Just pushing him
No,
into...
he would have to use weapon.
Okay.
He would have to use weaponry for this.
Yeah. Would it be strength as well, or dexterity?
It's
Something.
going to be strength plus weaponry.
Oh. That'd be a chance roll for me.
Yeah, so you might have to spend willpower against him if you want to try and do it.
I think I might do a willpower.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Cool. So, the willpower puts me on 3 dice because you don't add the 3 to the chance dice, do you?
No, it will put you. You add the willpower first.
Yeah.
And then you then do the minus for his defense.
Oh, okay. So I've got 1 strength and nothing in weaponry. So -1 for unskilled cancels the strength.
Mm-hmm.
Then I've got 3 for my willpower. You said he's got defense 3.
Yeah. He's still on a chance die. Yeah, don't spend the willpower, just do a chance die then.
Yeah, sorry, I thought it would put me on to the point where well, chance dice it is. Let's go battle hoe.
At least it wasn't a 1.
Yeah. So I guess I am probably trying to hoe him around you because you're in the doorway.
Yeah.
To the room.
He would have moved out of the way, yeah. So you try and go for him, you overextend, it completely misses. So the police officers are going for you with their knives. So first of all, against you, James, your defense is?
Oh, my defense.
Yeah.
4.
4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna get 2 dice on this.
That sounds like a lot of dice.
They get 1 hit, so you take 2 points of lethal damage as it cuts into your arm.
Oof.
And Mike, your defense, because it's another person hitting you, does your defense get reduced by 1, doesn't it?
Yes.
As more people
so it
hit
should be
you.
defense
Yeah.
4
So
now.
Okay. Dice 4 as well. Strength plus 6. So we're going to get 2 dice in this. And that's a complete miss. So the guy just kind of lunges at you, and you duck out the way, stepping back, bringing your axe ready to do something to them. Yeah. So. Let's see. It's Harold's go then. He will try and swipe for you again, Mike. It's a new round.
Sure.
Yeah.
Can he even hit me? With all of his minuses?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. He's not going to. Okay, he'll try and. He's going to Let's see. He's going to hold his action first.
Okay.
Because he's going to wait for you. Yeah, you get the idea of what he's doing.
Okay.
I'm just trying to think that. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, your action then.
Well, walk up to Harold and brutally lay down the axe on his skull.
Then he will be dodging.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, and he'll be using a willpower point to add to his defense pool for that. So he basically gets to roll 6 dice, and that removes away your successes on the attack.
Right. I will use a willpower as well. So I have 5, but his defense is what?
He's got defense of 6.
Defenses.
So he's rolling as a dice pool.
His defense is 6 now, so he can increase his defense pool.
He's dodging
at the same time.
So he's dodging.
Yes.
So he gets to roll his defense as an active pool.
Right. Okay.
And he spent a willpower point to boost it.
Right.
So because it's a boosted pull, you add +3 to pulls and only add +2 if it's a static defense.
Okay.
So he's going to roll that. So yeah, I roll it and I get. Oh, that's not too bad. Okay, go for it, Mike.
Yeah, I think he's gonna dodge because I can only roll 2 dice with spending a willpower point. So. Whoa,
Really?
whoa.
Okay.
Uh-oh. I get to roll both of those again.
Well, he got 2 successes as well, so it cancels out. So you miss him.
No, yeah, I missed
Oh
him.
wow, you could have got him. Yeah, you sweep down with the axe and meet nothing but stone, and he obviously is rolled out of the way, and he stands with Richard's brother behind him. Because he's evil like that.
He better not.
Okay, so it's Richard's go. What do you want to do? You've got cultists to the side of you, these crazy police officers turned whack jobs, nutballs, whatever you want to call them, who are ready to slice at you again, and you realise how their eyes are quite different now. Their eyes don't really look human, they look kind of bloodshot.
I'm more worried about the guy and my brother. So I think I'm going to run over there, chuck chuck the hoe at him, like across, and then try and tackle him to the ground, because he doesn't mess with my brother.
Okay, so the thing you want to do then, if you're doing that, is you're doing a all-out attack, aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, this is where it gets fun. So that means you won't have a defense rating. I believe, if I find this. Come back. All-out attack gives you +2 to your dice pool. So remember, you always do positive modifiers first, negative ones after, to see whether you have a chance to either.
So, hang on a minute.
You can do all-out attack.
Yeah.
You get +1. You do all-out attack. You then use your willpower point to give you +5. Remove his he's not. You can't remove his defense because he's dodging, but he only because he's doing an active dodge. And yeah, that's basically it. So how many dice do you get to roll, James?
Wait, you say I don't get to So
You
I
get
should-
your you get your
Yeah.
your strength plus weaponry
yeah, which is nothing.
plus 5 if you do the all-out attack plus your willpower point.
Plus, wait, so the 5. Oh, the 5 for your attack plus my willpower. So I'm
No,
on-
the all-out attack gives you plus 2. The willpower gives you plus 3.
Oh, right, so I'm on 5.
Yeah, you're on 5
Yeah.
dice, and then you get -1 because of the weapon, because the
Yeah.
weapon's improvised, and you get unskilled in weaponry, which gives you a minus.
Oh, I took the -1 off my strength,
You always do the minus. Well, do the minuses
Oh,
last.
so I
That's
should
what
be
mean.
on 6. Yeah, I
Yeah.
should
It
be on
matters
5.
which way round you do them to see whether you get down to a chance die. So how
Okay.
many are you on now, James? Left.
5 basically because I'd already.
You're on 5. Yeah, and
for it.
because he's been dodging, he gets to roll his defense as a dice pool.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit weird. Why does it say that? Just a dodge.
So I should just go like, wow, dice.
Yeah. Okay, go
Oh
for
my
it.
god. Reroll those 2. Reroll the 10s, man. You got 'em.
So, boop boop.
Oh.
Ah.
And he removes the success from that. So you get 1 success to him, which he did, and you get a further +2, did we say, for the damage on this?
I think so. If it's
Yeah,
the
so it's 3 damage on him, and you basically knock him down. Yeah, it's 2. So
Yeah.
I know it's 1 actually. You knock him down, and he seems like bludgeoned and bleeding on the floor. And you're there with your hoe, just kind of smacked him down away from your brother, mostly screaming as you did so.
Yep.
Get
from my brother!
The one guy is going to charge at you behind you. You have no defense now, so he's going to just go for all out on your. He's going to be able to attack you. And he hits and does 2 points of damage to you, James, as you get stabbed
Lethal
in the
again.
lethal in the back.
Oof.
And the other guy against you, Mike, what's your defense?
Defense 5.
Defense 5, so he's going to have a chance die to hit you. And he misses again. And so, yeah, you're just basically facing these 2 guys.
Okay, fair enough. So top of the order, what's Harold doing?
Harold's staying on the ground.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So then I'm up, and I guess the guy that's facing me I have to fight, so hit him with an axe.
Okay, see if you can. Okay. He's got a defense of he'll have a defense of 2. He's not dodging or anything, so you just take 2 off your dice.
Let's just keep spending willpower. So that puts me down 3 willpower. I have 6 total. Okay, that's fine. I get to roll another. Solid 2 successes.
Okay, plus the
3 damage from the axe.
yeah, so that's 5 then. Yeah, you solidly, pretty much, swing the axe in a long arc straight into his belly, and there's a sickening wet thud and a bit of crunch of bone, and as you pull it out, he collapses over, his blood spilling onto the cold stone floor, more than likely feeding this alien inhuman maw that is in the ground. Which, as you're closer to it, you see that this maw just seems to be a bottomless pit, lined with teeth. James, what do you want to do? You've got this other guy behind you.
So I've kind of barreled Harold to the ground, haven't I?
Yeah.
So I'm on the ground as well, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need to take my action standing up and defending myself? Is that a thing I can do?
No, you didn't. You didn't barrel to the ground. You just did an all-out charge. So you basically just kind of went, just ran at him,
launched myself at him,
smacked him down like he was a rag doll.
Cool. Well, then I am gonna turn around and I'm gonna defend myself and my brother and
hit another person. He's got lower defense, so you've got more chance of hitting these guys. What's your virtue?
Ambitious.
What's your vice?
Arrogant.
Oh no, that's not really going to help you, I don't think.
You think you can take him now?
Oh, actually, possibly arrogance.
Heck, I finished the big boss. This guy's he's a mook.
I think we can say with your arrogance, you count as having a willpower point back because you're going to do something, overextend yourself. This could all end up wrong. So, do you want to do another all-out attack? That could be representative of going for your arrogance.
Yeah. You know what? How freaking dare they? This is family, and they don't mess with family. So
yeah, do it.
Yeah. So I'm rolling another 5 then, I guess.
Yeah.
Like last time.
So you've got +5 onto your dice pool, -1 because of the weapons cruddy. They've got a defense of 2.
So
So you've got +5 and a minus of 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, so I'm rolling 1.
Is that it?
Yeah. Should I just at that point do I just chance dice it?
What's your strength?
1.
Is it actually 1? Oh wow, yeah. So you're not chance dicing it because you are down to actually 1 die. So normally you would need a 10 to succeed, and this you only need an 8, 9, or 10. So go for it.
Bam.
No, you miss him. And that one guy who's the one that stabbed you in the back will go for you. You've got no defense again, so I'm just rolling to hit. 1, 2, and you take a further 3 damage as he stabs you. What's your health, James?
I have 8 health, but currently 7 of it is filled up with lethal.
Oh shit! Now it is. So you're on a -2 on all your dice rolls because of the injuries. Yeah,
I'm pretty bad.
You're mostly at the point of you don't really care because you're trying to save your brother.
Mm-hmm.
The other guy, Mike, that you hit with so much force, he's down on the ground. I think if I succeed on a stamina roll for him, he might get up, but he actually has a minus on that. So yeah, he's on the ground, like bleeding out.
Okay.
At which point you hear something behind you move, and you look over your shoulder as Harold gets back up. He drops his dagger and just opens his robe, and you watch as the skin along his belly tears open, and what is basically a large toothed maw appear, and it kind of growls. You will be food for the maw, for my lord.
Integrity check.
Yes, integrity check with another -4 for both of you.
-4. Jesus.
But you've got with -4.
That's
I'm
wits and
okay.
composure, right?
I'm doing good.
No, resolve plus composure. Wow.
Oh, resolve plus composure. Well, that's a challenge dice for me.
He makes it. Oh no! Wait,
Challenge dice.
You were down to a single die, so you haven't succeeded. Yeah. Okay. Oh wow. Okay, we need to do this differently then. You fail at that. Condition. Not conditions. Integrity. Breaking points. Failure of a breaking point. The character's worldview has been shaken. His probably questioned his sense of self, his ability to relate to people, his own moral worth, or his sanity. Lose a dot of integrity and choose one of the following conditions. guilty, shaken, or spooked.
I'm probably spooked.
I think shaken is more applicable.
Shaken is better.
Shaken?
Yeah. Anytime your character has taken an action where that fear might hinder them, you may opt to fail the roll and resolve this condition. This condition can be imposed by undergoing a breaking point roll. Skills it affects is rules, firearm, intimidation, or weaponry. So, yeah, you can choose if you want, James, to your next melee attack, you can fail it against him because you're just so fearful to resolve the condition.
Okay.
And if you did, you would get a beat point back, obviously, for resolving the condition.
And the beat point does?
Beat points, if you're playing a one shot, it should give you willpower points back, but beat points basically translate into experience points.
Okay.
5 beat points make an experience point. So you get beat points for resolving conditions, you get beat points for turning a failed dice roll into a critical failure, and so taking a condition that's negative to you, or taking a tilt that's negative condition to you, and of course you get beat points at the a number of beat points at the end of a story or session that translates into and then that all translates into experience points.
Cool.
Okay, so he's going to attack, but is he on any modifiers? No, he's not. He's going to attack. He's going to attack Jim. Fuck you. He's going to attack you.
Yep.
Strength plus he's going to get to use brawl on now. So what's your defense?
Defense is 5.
Okay, he's on 2 dice. But he gets 9s. No, he doesn't get 9 again on this. He hits, and it does 4 lethal damage as he runs toward. He lunges towards you, and as he grabs you for a moment, you feel these teeth, very similar to your dream, bite into your side and gnaw at your hip bone and into your flesh, and basically almost bites a chunk out of you. 4 damage. What's your stamina?
My stamina is 3, I believe.
I think is it fair to say you make a stamina roll
3,
to see if you?
But I do have iron stamina, good sir.
Oh, I think you're not gonna. You'll be
I think
fine.
I'll be
then.
okay. I'm not going to pass out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you just stagger back, seeing this literally like almost a shark bite on you. And you just again even more horrified by what you're seeing as how it's maimed you. How do you react to that? How does Richard react to that? You still got another? Is there still the other? No, you've taken out both the guys, haven't you? Yeah.
No.
No,
that guy I completely missed, and then he shivved me bad. I have 1 health point.
Okay, so
Pretty much dead. But I do have a tolerance for biology, so the shark bite is, it's just flesh at this point.
okay, so what does Jim want to do?
I mean, I got a gaping maw in the side of me, so I'm gonna just beat up Harold. Just hit him with the axe.
All out attack.
What's up?
All out attack. +2 to the dice pool.
They're pretty dangerous. You can get in
Yeah,
a lot
I'm
of
probably
trouble
gonna die if I
making
do
all out
this,
attacks.
but yeah, I think it just makes sense because I'm violent.
Okay.
So I'm just angry.
Okay, so +2 for that. Do you want to spend a willpower point?
Sure, let's just kill this guy.
+5. And he's got defense, as I said, 3 still. Yeah.
Okay.
He's not dodging or defending because he attacked you as normal.
Yep. So 7 dice. Let's see what happens. 3 successes.
Those are numbers.
All of them roll again.
Oh yeah, all of them roll again.
4 successes.
Yeah, you cut him down. You basically just you make a blood-curdling scream as you go for his head.
Yes, that is correct.
And you just keep, as you hack him down, you mostly keep hacking away at his corpse. more and more blood splattering up onto your face as you do so, and you're basically consumed by complete bloodlust to kill this abomination. As you do that, the cultist behind you just like screams out and flees the scene, and you're left there with in this dank chamber with the body of Harold and Carol, who's obviously wounded, bound up against the wall, and Richard's brother.
Okay. I know first aid, so I think we're gonna make a bunch of rolls to try to make some bandages out of this guy's robe or something.
Before we get a chance to first aid, I'm kind of fixated on using the hoe to cut that tendril connected up to Simon.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Because that's creeped me out since I saw it, and like, do I need a roll for that?
No, you're going to cut down with it. As you cut down with the hoe, you hear your brother scream out, muffled, scream out in pain.
Oh, that's not good. But it's...
as you do so, there's a goblet of almost kind of like a pus-like fluid that splatters out.
And I think then it's probably time for me to pass out, isn't it?
Yeah,
At this
possibly
point.
so. Okay, so Mike, I think we'll so assume you make up the bandages. You take off the gags off Carol and his brother, and are you going to? What do you do? Yeah.
Shit.
You unbind them.
Well, okay,
From the
so I
wall?
bandage up myself and Carol, and I don't know about the brother. Is he bleeding?
He's not bleeding, but he has this weird tendril that's still
Shit.
burrowed into his stomach.
Richard's just on the ground.
Catatonic.
I mean, I'll cut down Carol because she's bandaged now. She should be somewhat okay.
Yeah. She's just kind of like, panting, looking wild-eyed, and it's like, if you pull that out of him, I don't think you can pull that out of him. I think he's attached to that thing.
Listen, lady, I don't know. I don't know about this kind of stuff. Okay, just hang on here. I'm gonna try to wake up Richard here. Richard. Maybe I'll bandage him
You
too.
bring
while he's
Richard
passed out.
round. You bring him round. He's obviously bleary-eyed, wide-eyed, horrified, thinking it's all just some mad nightmare. What do you say, Richard?
Come on, Richard. We gotta
What
go.
do I
We gotta
say?
go.
Yeah, as you come
We
to,
gotta get out of here.
I'd probably just scream a little bit. I'm sorry.
do you want to pull the tendril out of your brother's stomach?
I'm a biology student, so hopefully a little bit of if it looks fused to him or something, hopefully I have a little tiny spark of insight that shows through, even though I'm mostly whacked out my gourd at this point.
This is the question: do you want to pull it out, or do you think it's a bad idea?
I've already cut it, haven't I?
You cut a bit of it. It's quite a thick tendril thing at the base of it. where you
Oh,
cut
so it's
it.
not actually
It's not fully cut. It's up to you. One more. You've got. I'm giving you a choice.
Actually, you know what? Here's what's gonna happen. Just make this even more dramatic. Jim has Carol, picks her up, starts taking her out, and says, "Richard, you gotta get him out of here. I'm gonna get her outside. I'm gonna find a car for us, all right?" And then they walk out and leave him there alone with his brother.
Okay, so you and Carol leave.
Wait, have you taken the torch as well?
Um,
Oh no, there's
well,
two. They had a torch
Yeah.
as well, haven't they? So,
Yeah. So come on,
Okay.
what does Rich do? This is it. This is your choice.
I love you, Simon. This is the only thing I think. This is the only way I can save you. And then I hoe the.
As you do so, your brother comes out of whatever coma-like state he's in, looks at you, and he just says, "Thanks. I knew you'd come for me." At which point he slumps down dead. Make another integrity roll with a -3.
And that's resolve and
Resolve plus
composure.
composure.
Well, that's 1 dice.
Yeah, this is all the difference between whether your character.
Wait, why have I rolled 2 dice?
Yeah, roll 1. No. I guess what you fail. So obviously, you are again. You're compounded by guilt.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to, you can turn this into a dramatic failure if you wish. At this point, it would be appropriate in a campaign, and you could take an ongoing condition that would basically form a derangement
Yeah, I
of
think
some form.
I think killing my brother in a chamber with a giant hellmouth is probably derangement territory.
Yeah, you mostly suffer some form of insanity of related to your guilt, some sort of I'm trying to think of what would be appropriate.
It's probably haunted by nightmares or just.
I would say you suffer from a form of irrationality.
Mm-hmm.
Or hysteria, or you basically go into depression or something like that. But basically, you're racked with grief,
Yeah.
and I guess you're left in the chamber screaming.
I think sobbing. I think I just don't have the.
Sobbing.
I don't have the strength to scream anymore. It's taken everything
Okay.
I've got, so I'm just quietly curled in on myself, sobbing.
Of course, with this sobbing, Carol can hear it, and she goes up and she rushes down and drags you away back up as quickly as possible. Mostly gives you a slap around the face to get you together, and you race up to the into the main foyer of the hotel, where Jim is there with his fire axe and whatever villagers are about, who it's quite clear have blood stains to their mouths of something that they've been consuming, and you are able to make some sort of getaway out through a side entrance somewhere, and taking whatever the nearest car is, and you leave the town of Kingswell behind you.
Cut to black.
The end. Cut to black.
Yes. Perfect. That was great. Now, so now the credits are rolling. Okay.
Credits roll.
And we get to the very end. You know, that little teaser thing at the end. And it's just two firemen sitting in a fire truck. One of them's like, "Hey, whatever happened to Jim?" The other guy goes, "I don't know. Maybe met a broad over there or something." and that's it. Interesting.
Wow.
That was interesting. Especially how my character was just like, I guess I'll just help you guys out. And then he has a freaky dream, and then he was like, I don't want to be alone. I just want to stay with these people. And things just got worse from there. So that was interesting. It was kind of a reverse, not really reverse, but it was kind of like Shadow over Innsmouth, except even worse for us. Because we couldn't run, we had to stay there.
Yeah. Have you seen the film Dagon?
Yeah, that's based off of Shadow over Innsmouth, so.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I got that kind of feeling from it, and I was just like, oh dear.
So, what did you think was going on then, fully? Or what other things do you think was going on?
Well, let me preface this by saying I don't want to actually know what was going on. I want to just kind of let my imagination run. So I want to say that this was actually... There's always those legends of like great cats in the UK. So I want to say that these were a community of almost skin changers that were very cat-like, and they were worshiping, let's say, this god. And because of that, they're, doing their festival each year to eat people. So I'll go with that. What do you think, James?
Oh wow. I was like, for a while, I was convinced that there's a tower, right, in the manor.
The manor has a tower. It's not very tall. No, it's more like a turret type thing again.
I was convinced when they'd built it into the proper like spire-y thing that they'd used the sanguine stones, which were the Malum Petras, to build the tower. So I was thinking it was going to be up in the tower. There was just the whole hotel was just going to have been drinking blood or some crazy.
Yeah. Well, also because you had the whole red room thing as well. That
kind of didn't.
Yeah, I did festoon it with enough. At which point, when did you think you thought it was one thing, and then you thought, no, it's not that anymore, it's something else?
It was kind of weird because there was the bit where I was sitting here going, it's the stones, but at the same time it was all like wolves, it's werewolves, and I was like, I don't quite know which one I want to hedge my bets on.
Yeah, I think I generally, having discussed stories and such with Chris quite a bit, whenever there's a cliche or something that he pulls out, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a red herring.
Yeah, but I hope there was. I hope with everything you thought there was possibly a cliche, and then you didn't think whether it could have been a red herring, and then turned out not to be a red herring. Because when it's the chance to play a game with like you guys, or I think even with like and with Sam, and say, because like Sam knows when I'm going to pull something, has a feeling for when I might pull something like that, and so with people that are aware of how I write stuff, and it gives me a chance to maybe be a bit more complex, and you guys went with the flow of the story and with the characters. I think when you've got more competitive people that play I would say in a more competitive manner, you sometimes need to make the plot points a little bit easier for them to follow, to tell them where the story is. Yeah. Whereas you kind of just went with, obviously the horror story is leading to certain things, but that's the fun of it, is to go into these things. Which is the whole, I'm going to run down there with an axe. I don't know what's down there, but I will do it. Not that I should be really careful because I don't want to die. That doesn't really fit with how the character would work or the situation.
I mean, that's totally... I play most of my characters with a look. They're kind of just on an arc until the point that they get killed. I think I just have bad luck with my characters. But when I was down there in the dark, I was like, that's a nice point to go. This character is like this character has done his thing. Like I'd hit 2 of my ambitions. Like I'd found my brother and I'd helped him have a better life by not being infested with a horrible fungal monstrous.
That's a good point.
That's a good point.
You know, I was quite content to be like, you know what, I've done this. I'm at like 1 health point. My character would probably quite happily go, yeah, I'm done. Like my willpower is gone. I'm just gonna sit and cry.
I didn't complete any of my aspirations. Now that I check.
Yeah, but I mean,
what are your aspirations?
Some are flavorful.
Yeah, reach
really.
the rank of captain. Okay, that's a little tough. Show I'm not cursed. I could be at this point. And enjoy myself.
Yeah,
Definitely
I think
not.
you've proved more that you could be cursed.
You see, you're like, yeah, I guess Jim's still got he's still got all that on his plate. Whereas, like, I don't think Richard was ever going to finish his degree after that.
No.
Well, Jim never makes it back to Detroit, so what's going on? What happens to us in the future? Who knows?
Tune in next time on Darker Days Radio.
It's an interesting thing. It makes me feel like it's maybe worth writing a follow-up story at some point with... I don't know how you would think your characters would react to this, because it's something I've always wanted to do, and I've discussed with James, is the whole kind of like you're hunters in the kind of supernatural sense, like, but rather than being 2 bros gallivanting across the US, is the whole gallivanting across Europe, trying to make sense of what the fuck happened and find some meaning in your life. I
think, like, with the way that this happened, even though the characters aren't related, they've got that shared. They now have that shared thing of they're both kind of on the run. They're both now not going to particularly trust people very much. I mean, in the UK, that's going to be horrible. Like, you're not going to want to go into a tiny little village. Well, everywhere's a freaking tiny little village. Yeah. Yep. Man.
You're going to see horror behind every door. But yeah, I guess with the story, I mean, I guess there's a few. I guess you could say there's a few cliches and inspirations in there. I hope it made an appropriate blend, and there was mystery up until the end.
I didn't think we were going to find a hellmouth down there. Jesus. No. With evil bile fungus and teeth? I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. The fungus bit was actually a late addition based on a certain episode of Hannibal. I had to go with fungus for some reason.
Fair enough.
Like, to get an extra descriptive element to it. Do you think there could have been a better way you could have ended it?
I almost kind of wish it just cut to black with Richard just sitting there in the pit next to the dark. Body. But I always go for the really shitty ending for people.
I think though it's like there's that filmic quality to it, because I was at the point as well where I was as you say, like, I was happy to be like that's the point for the character to end. If this was a horror movie, that's where it would stop.
Do you know what's really? It's a really shitty ending because for the first time last night we watched The Mist.
Oh yeah.
And that's a shitty ending.
I haven't seen it, unfortunately, so.
I watched
it's all right.
But yeah, I think it's different to the book. I think it works differently. Yeah.
It's actually, I will admit, it's a Stephen King film that worked well on screen. I think there was just a few bits that were a bit lackluster. But, I'm trying to think of other one-shots we've done that ended on a shitty way. We've done, obviously, every time I've run Terrible Tales of James Magnus, that's always ended shittily. Like, that ended, I think, you survived it because you played the cheerleader. You were the only one that survived. Oh no, someone else got taken in under custody because they'd killed so many people, because they were the one with the shotgun, and the ghost of James Magnus can possess people.
No, spoilers!
And make them
Spoilers!
You need to run it, Mike. It's brilliant.
No, it's okay. It's all right.
I survived because I locked myself in cupboard and stayed there. That's literally all I did.
It did play out as a proper, like, ghost story and really well. Like it played out like an episode of Supernatural where the Winchester brothers didn't turn up.
Oh, oh dear.
Yeah, because he also had a great selection of characters where we had a paranormal debunker, a psychic, a news reporter, the construction foreman who was in charge of doing up the house and turning it into a hotel, and the cheerleader whose boyfriend got killed there because they were there for some nookie and it all went wrong. Yeah, that was good. I have run it before though, where the players started fucking over each other. You had the psychic and the paranormal debunker trying to the debunker was like, "My God, everything's real. This footage is amazing." And it's like, I need to steal the footage from the news reporter, and stole it, and did what they could for it, which is great. So.
Are we still recording?
Oh yeah, I think this is all recording.
Yeah, it is still recording. Do you want me to stop?
Because it's gold.
No, that's all good. I'm just wondering.
So I think, I don't know, other one-shot stories to run, either ones that are pre-written that would be good to run.
Well, you could try to run Fallen's Babylon, which I already did for Darker Days, but I would highly recommend it. That was a very tightly designed SAS. It's based off of the Inferno supplement. Really awesome.
I mean, I really like to. I don't know whether it'd be great to try and work this one up now as a for Forgotten Lore, because it's, as you got the idea, it was festooned with setting information to really help establish the setting. Because I'm sure, James, you basically pictured somewhere, and you were like, "Oh."
Well, you said Leamington Spa, and you were talking about Wales, and I mean, heck, even when you were talking about the four people sitting in the field eating stuff, I used to go on walks at night because I have lots of trouble sleeping, and I remember walking past a field of sheep, and all I could hear was this noise, just like, and when I looked over, all you see is this white shape that looks like, if it's because the sheep was standing the other way around, it just looked like a person on their hands and knees,
nice,
with their head down on the ground, and that was that's actually this image is actually really creeping me out. But yeah, it.
I think the other thing is there's an inherent. I don't know for you, Mike. Does it feel different knowing that if you're playing a character in the UK, they can't just go to. There isn't the chance for them to own a firearm, and there isn't a chance of picking one up or stealing one, because firearms are few and far between unless you're in an inner city where there's a gang that has illegal firearms. Or your only other option is if you'd come up against that farmer for some reason and he was brandishing his shotgun, you could have got it, because obviously farmers have licenses for shotguns for gamekeeping, but that's a different thing entirely, because all you can have is buckshot. Right.
With regard to weapons, I mean, typically I've run Vampire and play Vampire, so guns are less common.
Yeah, guns are pointless with vampires.
Hunter the Reckoning, people would get guns, obviously, but with other things like Blue Book, World of Darkness, I don't think I've ever had anyone with a gun. It just doesn't come up.
Yeah.
But also remember that I live in the part of the United States where people don't really like guns as much, so it might not be a go-to thing that the role players subconsciously think of.
I mean, for when we've done Hunter the Vigil, that time Chris ran it, we were playing which group is it? We were playing a European branch of Valkyrie. So we were toting, rifles with ghost rounds, which totally changes the flavour of it, because you're suddenly we're in Europe and we have guns, and the only other people really have guns other than the military is the police in certain countries. So it felt kind of fun to feel a bit more empowered. But even that doesn't change. That doesn't really help you when you're dealing with really evil things that should stay dead, that were never dead. and weirdness like that. And I also for you, Mike, it felt British enough. Did you think not Shaun of the Hot Fuzz gone wrong?
I don't really remember Hot Fuzz that well. I do vaguely remember them driving around in the car with like a swan in it or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then didn't they have to fight like the town elders at the end or something?
Yeah.
With Timothy Dalton as the evil mayor or something. That's right. Okay, I do vaguely remember it. No, not really.
Timothy Dalton would actually be perfect as Harold Richmond. Timothy Dalton is, yeah.
Perhaps. But we didn't really talk to Harold that much. We just kind of found out
No,
something
he
about him, but
really
we didn't further investigate.
If I really wanted to have pushed it, I think players I really don't know, I would have tried to have pulled a really stupid one-liner, like, and the food here is excellent. Something ridiculous like that. Yeah, but cool.
Yep.
That was really good.
Absolutely. Thanks for running it, Chris. Definitely appreciate it. And I would
Thank you
highly
very
recommend
much.
writing it up or finishing writing it up as like an SAS or something.
Most of it is written up. I'll link you all the details, and obviously that means there's spoilers in there for you,
Okay.
which will reveal a bit more.
I guess I'll check it out. I mean, I read your like proto draft, like your first 2 pages over the summer. So I kind of vaguely remember there being something about this Huron Hall and the wolves and such, but luckily nothing was spoiled.
You're also very close with the whole incest thing.
Oh. Huh.
Because obviously that gets to things about the village, well, the townsfolk. So you were pretty spot on with
that
that.
was just a throwaway comment, but yeah.
Cool.
Outstanding.
I guess that's it then.
Definitely.
So thank you for playing and not dying.
It was pretty close there.
Oh.
It was really close.
Yeah, I went through it pretty hard towards the end.
All right.
But yeah.
Cool.
Thanks very much.
All right, gents.
James, I was just gonna quickly suggest, James, you wanted to run some World of Darts, so maybe again it's an option. Did you want to try and run a one shot over G+?
Ooh, I would, but at the moment I am doing my I've got my Pathfinder games on Tuesday, and unfortunately things are going to be busy for the foreseeable future at work. Like there's a lot of stuff that needs doing, so I'm not sure I quite have the time to. The one I'm running at the moment is out of the book, so I don't have to do as much prep work as I would if I was making. But a one shot shouldn't be too bad. I'll have a think about it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a few SAS that I haven't really read for anything. And I think there's still some stuff in Ghost Stories, which I've not ever run, because I kind of looked at and I didn't think they were that great, but I think you could have a look at and a chance to improve them.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That'd be good.
Cool.
Awesome.
Awesome, dudes. All right. Thanks again, Chris. Thanks, James. And have a good night.